Hearing Xu say that, Bian Changxi didn't press the issue. When they reached the next intersection, 2 cars were already waiting as expected. Clearly, one was for Bian Kuang and the other for Bai Heng. "They'll see you home safely," Xu said as the 4 in the back got out. He watched them get into their respective cars and disappear from sight before starting the Land Rover again. Silence immediately fell over the car. Bian Changxi felt a little embarrassed, both for causing trouble again and for what had happened in the office earlier. She glanced guiltily at the man beside her. "Are you angry?" Actually, the whole thing, from start to finish, probably didn't even last 15 minutes. You can't even call it an incident. She checked the time. So it only counts as an incident if you're imprisoned for 15 days. She was speechless. Xu's dark eyes were filled with a cool light. He glanced at her torn sleeve, then freed his right hand to lift her arm and examine it. "I used a bomb," she said quickly. This was just from the blast wave. It's already healed. The wound had indeed closed, but the dried blood and damaged flesh were still caked together in a long, sizable gash. It looked quite frightening. "From now on, you are not to leave my sight." He said it as casually as one might comment on the weather getting colder and the need for another layer of clothing. Yet Bian Changxi didn't have the courage to talk back. How is that even possible? She grumbled internally. Xu's communicator suddenly rang. It was Xiaofeng's voice. "What's the situation at the bar?" "It's over." "She's fine." "In that case, do you think you could make a trip to the South Gate?" Chio Wei has escorted a convoy of supplies, over 20 vehicles in total. He hopes to temporarily store them with us. He also has something to discuss with you. Xu glanced at Bian Changxi. "On my way." He made a U-turn at the next intersection. Bian Changxi looked outside. "Let me out here. I can get back to the villa myself." His only response was a pair of icy glares. She tried to coax him. "I'm covered in dust and grime. I need to clean up." "You carry clothes and clean water with you. Where can't you clean up?" He gestured toward the back seat. She glared at him angrily. He added with a sincere expression, "I won't look." This infuriating man. She flipped the rear-view mirror shut, climbed into the back seat, summoned a basin of water to wipe the dust from her face, and changed out of her dirty outer clothes. Then she combed her hair until she was reasonably presentable. 30 seconds later, the car arrived at the South Gate. Since the incident with the beast and zombie hordes, the Jiang City group had been manning the South Gate every other day. The hordes had continued to appear, and though none were as large as the first, they were still terrifying. The monsters could slam against the massive, tall iron gates with enough force to make them shudder. Only a powerful force could hold them back. Xu had his men take turns guarding the gate, 1,000 one day, 500 the next. It served as an excellent opportunity for sniper training against mutated beasts and zombies. Any crystal core they harvested belonged to the team, making it a profitable endeavor. Today, it was coincidentally the Jiang City group's turn to stand guard. Xiaofeng, who had been waiting for him, approached as he arrived. "I spoke with Chio Wei. He said there was another riot at the Chio family base today. The populace looted one granary and burned another. They're worried their supplies will dwindle, so they secretly transported some here, hoping we could store it for them." As they spoke, they boarded a small vehicle designed for snow and mud and drove out of the base. In a patch of woods on the flatlands, a scattered convoy of vehicles waited quietly. The leader was Chio Wei, the second young master of the Chio family base. He was always the one leading the convoys for trade, business, and information exchange. Today, his face was grim and slightly anxious. He paced back and forth, his handsome features marred by worry. Seeing Xu's car arrive, he hurried over, a look of joy on his face. "Major General Xu, it was our fault for coming without notice, but the matter is urgent, and we had little choice. Since we've already planned to travel together, we are allies." There's no need for such pleasantries between Elise, Xu said. What happened? Chiao Wei explained, I'm sure you know, Major General, that the Chiao family base was built from the ground up by my family. But in the process, we absorbed some companies and enterprises whose power was inferior to ours. Their bosses and investors are not content with being subordinates and are always causing trouble behind our backs. They've given our Chiao family no peace. Today, they used the pretext of a civilian riot over dissatisfaction to move the grain from one of our warehouses. If we hadn't discovered it in time, the other 2 granaries would have been emptied or burned, and our armory and coal stores would have been next. 10,000 of us are heading north. It's 1,000 miles from here to the capital city. Who knows how long it will take? We're relying entirely on these supplies. So I took advantage of the chaos to move the contents of 2 warehouses. This is the first batch, the most important food supplies. We didn't know where else to put them, so you have your own space element users. A space element user was murdered the day before yesterday. Yesterday, 2 who were loyal to us were killed and another injured. When the other space element users saw which way the wind was blowing, they switched sides. We can't rely on them. Even if we could, we only have 3 decent ones left. How much can they possibly carry? Even if they could carry it all, they would surely need to carry more later. Entrusting the supplies to Xu was their best option. Major General Gu, I know this is an imposition, but we have no other choice. With more supplies on the road, our pressure will be less, which means your responsibility will be leader as well. Xu paced back and forth for a moment, then waved over a person with a spatial artifact who had been waiting. The person walked over and began to store the vehicles one by one. On the surface, there was no difference between a person with a spatial artifact and a space element ability user. A 200 square meter artifact could easily accommodate over 20 vehicles. The people from the Chiao family base could only watch as a powerful space element user collected the supplies they had practically risked their lives for. Some were envious, some felt helpless, some remained calm, and others sighed inwardly. Xu and Chiao Wei walked behind a tree. Xu put a hand on his shoulder and asked, Are you hearing any rumors? Chiao Wei hesitated for a moment. People have been leaving the White Tiger base in trickles for the past half-month. Everyone is saying that this whole Suzhou region can't be held. It's only a matter of time before it falls. The civilians were indeed panicking, but they wouldn't have dared to challenge the established hierarchy without someone fanning the flames. Those cunning villains were just taking advantage of the chaos to fish in troubled waters, making off with a warehouse full of grain. He had organized and led people to scavenge for most of that grain, bit by bit. It was new rice that his father had personally overseen the harvesting of in the fields. In your situation, have you considered what you'll do if you can't gather everyone on the day of departure? You don't have to worry about that. We've discussed it. There are only 10,000 of us in total. We've already secretly conducted several training sessions using your methods, and our discipline has greatly improved. From now on, I will lead 5,000 people out each day under the pretext of searching for food and hunting. The remaining 5,000 will be managed by my father, my older brother, and other trusted aides. We can guarantee they'll be ready to leave at a moment's notice. That's also why I figured I should solve the supply issue first. Bian Changxi listened quietly from the side. The Chiao family base was originally quite large, with a population of 300,000 to 400,000. However, due to infighting among the upper echelons and the merchants' lack of experience in direct governance, the base's rules and regulations were poorly established. As a result, many people left for other bases. The population eventually stabilized at around 200,000. Of those, only a little over 10,000 were directly members of the Chiao family, loyalists, and people Chiao Wei could bring with him. And these 10,000 plus people were a formidable force, which was what Xu valued. He originally had a force of 10,000, composed of his hunting group and military elites. He had since expanded his numbers, but with a large population base, he needed a sufficiently large military force. In Jiang City, aside from the military, police, and fire departments, there was a disproportionately small amount of trainable talent among the ordinary civilians. In contrast, most of the 10,000 from the Chiao family base were Li Chiao Wei, strong ability users, resilient, and cautious. Crucially, because many wealthy people had gathered there, they had brought numerous bodyguards with them. Most importantly, they were very united. Traveling with such a capable team that posed no threat to his own was definitely more advantageous than not. Xu also told Chiao Wei about their plan to set off after the snow melted, advising him to transfer any supplies that were inconvenient to carry at a moment's notice. That way, they could travel late, and he would return the supplies to them after they departed. Chiao Wei expressed his gratitude. Entrusting one's supplies to another was not just a risk, it was a test of mutual credit and trust. After they reached an agreement, Xu called over a woman in her 30s and introduced her to Chiao Wei. "This is Hong Chunling, one of the deputy captains of our logistics team. From now on, she will be in charge of receiving the supplies you deliver. Please get acquainted." Hong Chunling was a professional woman with a striking presence and the aura of a powerful older sister. She was capable, shrewd, and of good character. Her gaze was clear with a hint of sharpness, and she was decisive in her work. She wasn't an ability user, but she had a talent for coordinating and planning logistics. Bian Changxi had been overwhelmed when she was in charge of supply allocation, facing a vast array of goods of different types and quantities. Hong Chunling, who was working in the assessment department at the time, had been a great help to her. Of course, that wasn't the only reason she became a deputy captain of the logistics team. When she first arrived at the base, she was destitute, with a sick young daughter and a mother-in-law who was nearly bleeding from a concussion. Chu Hao, seeing her pitiful yet resilient and kind nature, helped her through that difficult period. She made a living by cleaning the streets, one of which happened to be a route Xu often took. It was easy to notice this diligent, meticulous, and dignified sanitation worker. Later, when the last few residential areas in Jiang City were being cleaned up, there was a lot of dirty and miscellaneous work to be done. They posted a notice for temporary hourly workers, and Hong Chunling applied. Thanks to the good impression she had made on Xu, she was hired. After that, she worked in a factory before finally settling in the assessment department. Xu had led teams to inventory supplies several times, and she had been the main person in charge. Her story was practically a tale of struggle and success. This woman had earned the approval of both Chu Hao and Xu. After passing several more tests, she was finally given the position of deputy captain, despite not even being from Jiang City. After shaking hands with Chiao Wei, she smiled and asked, "Mr. Chiao, can you estimate how many more supplies you'll be sending? What types of goods will they be? Will you be delivering daily or every few days? What time will you arrive? I think we should discuss these details and finalize them so I can be prepared to receive you." She was certainly direct. Chiao Wei also wanted to formalize the process, so the two of them went to one of the cars to discuss the details. Bian Changxi walked over to Xu, who had delegated the task. Why not give them a spatial artifact? It's not time yet. Xu watched as the 20-odd vehicles were stored away, leaving the woods empty and desolate. His men were having the Chiao family's people help cover up the tire tracks. Xiao Feng had already left. He had many other things to attend to. Xu led Bian Changxi through the snow and over fallen branches back toward their small vehicle. We need to see how they perform first. If they pass, they'll receive spatial artifacts when they retrieve their supplies. There's no rush right now. They just said people started leaving the White Tiger base half a month ago. Does that mean? Xu knew what she was asking. He paused. Ever since Kay was there, we've had some people infiltrate the base. The information we get is vague, but yes, it's true. Kay left half a month ago. I know his operational style. I can tell just from the convoy's formation. But isn't there still a lot of snow on the roads? They're in a hurry to get back to the capital city. Then you. We're different from them. Xu looked at the vast, desolate, and filthy flatland in front of the massive base, littered with severed limbs. White vapor escaped his lips as he spoke. They only have about 20,000 people, all fully armed. But we have over 300,000. We can only take the main roads, and we must prioritize stability and safety. We have to wait for the snow to melt. Will that be okay? Some things can't be rushed. He looked at her, his eyes reflecting the vast sky. I initially only planned to stay here for a few months to build up my forces. We were too few on our own to accomplish anything. But it's not as simple as just gathering some people, giving them guns, and leaving as soon as everyone is ready. Everyone has their own thoughts, their own families, their own worries and concerns. They need to leave, not just be fighting machines. We have to arrange things for them, settle their friends and relatives, ensure they have food and drink, and guarantee their livelihood. More importantly, we have to show them the value in fighting for us. So we have to consider all the necessities of leaf: firewood, rice, oil, salt, clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, as well as all the various situations that might arise on the road and how to deal with them. We also need to unite everyone. Not to mention, this place is going to fall, and there are many people we have to take with us. Rushing will only lead to chaos. I think I understand. The two of them got into the small vehicle and drove toward the base. So, have you decided on the teams you're taking with you? For the most part, he had originally planned to take only 40,000 people on the road. Later, when it became clear this place would become a sea of zombies, he selected and tested enough trusted subordinates to form a management team and a powerful, completely loyal elite unit. Including their relatives, this added up to another 80,000 people. Of the remaining population in the Jiang City group, excluding the army, there were 310,000 ordinary people. Of those, only a little over 110,000 were willing to leave, even with mutant beasts and zombies attacking the base day and night. After all, in everyone's perception, the Suzhou base, built upon a military district, had an army of over 1 million and a total population exceeding 10 million, the scale of a major pre-apocalypse city. Few believed it would fall to zombies. Many were also unwilling to endure the hardships and dangers of the road again. However, the military had a stronger sense of collective consciousness and discipline under Xu's command. Nearly 60,000 out of 100,000 were willing to go. Adding the 10,000 from the Chiao family base and some other miscellaneous groups, the total was now close to 310,000. This number was much lower than Xu's estimate of 35 to 45,000. We're currently dividing these people into teams and groups. It's a complicated task, but it won't take much longer. Then we'll train them. Civilians will strengthen their self-protection skills, and combat personnel will be taught how to protect others while ensuring their own safety. We'll let them get to know each other, to recognize and rely on one another. Supplies are basically not a problem now, but we need more gasoline and vehicles. We need more large vehicles like buses. The cars we have now are not nearly enough. 50,000 people have no seats at all. If one bus holds 50 people, we'd need 1,000 buses. But 50 people would be too crowded. They wouldn't be able to stand it for more than a few days. Aside from those 50,000, most others are assigned one seat per person, and some even have to ride in the back of trucks. So I estimate we need at least 2,000 more large vehicles. The more the better. Even if we don't drive them, it's good to have them stored in the space as backups. Should we go look at the bus stations? Bian Changxi asked. We've already cleared the nearby roads and stations. Any vehicles that weren't too badly damaged have been towed for repairs. We need to go further out. We'll mobilize the masses, but those places are too dangerous. Shadow Xiaoyun, and I will need to take turns leading teams. We'll have to deploy our combat units. Is that what you've all been doing these past few days? She knew they were busy training, fighting, and gathering supplies, but she hadn't realized how severe the vehicle shortage was. It made sense. 310,000 people. That was the population of a small country in ancient times. It was no small number. And that didn't even account for the supplies, which she knew took up an enormous amount of space. Since not everything could be stored in the space, the 2/3 kept outside was a massive volume. They reached the base gate. The guards on the wall provided covering fire as they drove through the surrounding zombies. Inside, they switched back to the Land Rover, with Xu driving. He nodded. No, we've already reached a quarter of our goal. He then teased, but recently, there have been more rumors about this place becoming unsafe. Many people are going out to find supplies and vehicles, so we have a lot of competition. I heard Juje Yunma raided a passenger transport center and took a lot of high-quality long-distance buses. I think we can use this incident of yours to extort him a bit. The kind with sleeper berths. Yes. Oh, those aren't very convenient for escaping. The night watch can rest in them. They can be given to people in poor health. Those who are injured in the lean of duty would also appreciate a soft sleeper bed as a reward. Bian Changxi smiled. You've certainly thought of everything. I will enjoy it. Is that so? Well, have you managed to get any RVs? The kind with a bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen all in one, a little mobile home. I want one of those to enjoy. I thought you preferred hardship. Bian Changxi pinched the muscle on his arm and gave it a hard twist. It was so firm she could barely get a grip. Xu let out a low, pleasant laugh. Don't mess around, I'm driving. Xu's negotiations with Juje Yunma went well. In the end, he really did acquire 80 sleeper buses, each one about 70 to 80% new. This concerned future welfare, so the young men in the repair department treated these buses with more care than they would a girlfriend, checking them over and fixing any minor issues. The aunties from the cleaning department cleaned them inside and out, placing soft, comfortable pillows and bedding on the berths. In addition, he also managed to get 50 military trucks and off-road vehicles. When Bian Changxi went to the military camp to see them, Shadow and the other soldiers were mounting light and heavy machine guns on the vehicles. There were also 10 armored vehicles. They didn't come with weapons, but it was still a small fortune. Bian Changxi laughed at Xu's extortion skills, but he said it was Xiao Feng who had gone to do the swindling. In fact, after the successful swindle, Xiao Feng had looked Bian Changxi up and down meaningfully and said something infuriating. This is like an insurance scam. You cause the trouble, I do the extorting. We have a promising future. If you're unhappy that I caused trouble, just say so. She felt the urge to bite him again. Xu saw her distorted expression and waved his hand in front of her face. What are you thinking about? Why so angry? Bian Changxi snapped back to reality. The vast military camp was a hive of activity. The sounds of hammering and welding from mounting machine guns were incessant. In the distance, many uniformed soldiers were training on the parade ground. Nearby stood 10 military vehicles, their cargo beds either empty or fitted with light machine guns that glinted coldly in the sun. To one side was a formation of 140 soldiers. On the other side was a group of over 200 people in assorted clothing. A soldier was giving them a final briefing. These people were slightly thin, but in good spirits. Their clothes were old but clean and tidy. They wore nervous and expectant smiles, holding either low-quality handguns or cold weapons like knives, axes, and clubs. About a third of them held rifles temporarily loaned from the military. They were the people from Dai village who had come from the mountains. After entering the base, they had been settled next to the military camp. Bian Changxi looked at these people, who were clearly not strong fighters, and frowned. Are we really taking them? Don't underestimate them. Living next to the military camp for so long, they've learned a lot through observation. Besides, they're simple and honest, which makes them more reliable than those who are capable but sleepery. Xu was very confident in them. Actually, I intended to bring them along from the start. It's best that they ask themselves. These people from the mountains, with their rustic accents, were not fools, especially their leader, Daishan, who was very clear-headed. They had watched the base get attacked, heard people speculating about whether it would be overthrown, and felt the hardships of their daily lives. They knew their group was ostracized and didn't fit in. When they saw the Jiang City military camp preparing for a transfer, they naturally got ideas. 2 days ago, Daishan had finally approached the camp commander, expressing their hope to join the transfer. They were willing to follow wherever they went and would be responsible for their own food, drink, vehicles, and supplies. Their posture was very humble, their attitude very sincere. Dai Village originally had 6,000 or 7,000 people. After the heavy rains of the Mid-Autumn Festival, over 1,000 died from illness. Later, more froze to death in the cold, were bitten by insects and snakes, or fell ill from starvation. Many of the elderly, children, and the weak perished. Some died on missions. Now, months later, only 4,000 remained. This was only because they lived next to the military camp, which had provided timely aid and medical treatment. Otherwise, even more would have died. It was like a process of natural selection. The old, disabled, sick, and weak were eliminated. Those who survived were either strong, intelligent, mentally tough, or emotionally stable. 4,000 people who had adapted to life in the apocalypse. Bian Changxi knew this, but she was still skeptical of their combat effectiveness. The proportion of ability users among them was very low. The stable ratio of ability users should be about 1 in 20. While it hadn't reached that number yet, there was generally 1 in every 35 people. Yet, among their 4,000, there were only 52 ability users. That was far too few. Xu patted her shoulder. Abilities aren't everything. Let's see how they perform first. Today's mission was to take 200 of their more outstanding members out to find vehicles. This time, the convoy departed from the North Gate, partly to scout the road conditions. Once they were on the main road, the snow on the rarely traveled highway was still ankle-deep, pressed into blackish-gray ice by tire tracks. The tires sleeped as they drove over it, splashing up murky ice water. On both sides of the highway were trees with faint green buds starting to sprout. The ground was covered in black, decaying leaves. In the depths of the woods, the moving shadows of zombies could be seen, stirred either by the sound of the cars or drawn by the scent of humans. They shambled forward with low growls. The cold weather hindered the movement of zombies, but that only applied to low-tier ones. The convoy advanced slowly but steadily. When zombies appeared ahead, soldiers in the lead vehicle would unleash wind blades, dispatching them with a few swift motions. The wheels of the following vehicles would then roll over them, turning the zombies into mush. Bian Changxi stuck her head out to feel the cool wind. She overheard a young soldier in the truck behind her joking with his companion. In those American movies, the moment zombies appear, even a few of them can scare people to death. One careless move and you're bit. People can't even outrun them. They're so weak. For us, these low-level monsters that just stagger around are no match at all. Theirs are called Walking Dead. Their people are weak, and the Walking Dead don't evolve. We have abilities, but our zombies are tough too. There are plenty of enemies. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp cry echoed from the sky. A large bird appeared above the highway, circling lower and diving toward the convoy in a hunting posture. See, the enemies from the sky are here. People started firing their abilities at the sky. They couldn't use guns unless absolutely necessary. Gunshots would attract trouble, and bullets were a consumable resource to be saved whenever possible. But the bird was exceptionally agile. With a flap of its massive wings, a powerful gust of air allowed it to change direction quickly, veering off its intended course. Bian Changxi leaned out of the car window and looked up. She watched the bird dodge abilities of various colors. An occasional hit would only knock off a few feathers, forcing it to fly a little higher. It let out a piercing shriek, as if calling for something. Xu was also watching the bird. Some mutated birds have a summoning ability. When they find they can't handle prey alone, they call for their companions. So once you encounter one, you must eliminate it immediately. Right. Enemies in the sky are different from those on land. On the ground, we at least have terrain, distance, and obstacles to our advantage. In the sky, everything is in plain sight, with no obstructions. Fleeing far doesn't mean much. Bian Changxi waited for a while. So, aren't you going to do something? Wait a moment. After another long wait, as the convoy drove out of the forested section of the road and approached a fork, a flock of birds suddenly took fleet from the woods. Each one was the size of a baby, and there were about 50 of them. Xu picked up the vehicle's communicator. Stop the convoy. Prepare for combat. The convoy halted. He held Bian Changxi back. Let's just sit and watch. Soldiers quickly disembarked from the military vehicles at the front and rear, finding cover and spreading out into a formation that was effective yet not chaotic. Those who remained in the vehicles immediately put down their rifles and raised strange-looking red guns with thick barrels or massive bows. As the flock of birds drew near, the red guns fired first. Sheets of fierce, intense flames shot from the barrels, traveling a great distance. The flames would suddenly expand upon hitting an object, engulfing the birds and causing them to lose their direction and shriek in agony. The faster they flapped, the more intensely the fire burned, until they fell from the sky like fireballs. Of course, many were not hit. They charged forward fearlessly. The soldiers with the large bows drew their strings with all their might and fired arrows. But the arrows suddenly burst open, transforming into nets woven from fine threads and snaring the birds within their range. The nets fell to the ground, and no matter how the birds struggled, they couldn't break free. Those that escaped these two attacks were dealt with by the people on the ground, using abilities and guns. Bian Changxi watched as the entire battle concluded in less than 3 minutes. The ground was littered with charred, captured, crippled, and bleeding birds. Only the first bird remained. Seeing that the situation had turned against it, it tried to flee. With a flick of his wrist, Xu sent a blade of fire arcing through the air like lightning. The bird cried out in pain and fell. Bian Changxi's vine shot out, caught it, and pulled it to the window. The bird had grayish-yellow feathers and no distinguishing features. She couldn't identify its species. That was normal. There were countless species in the world, and one always knew fewer than they didn't. The fire blade had severed the bird's neck, leaving it attached by only a sliver of skin and flesh. Both ends of the cut were cauterized, so not much blood had spilled. Smells pretty good. Let's take it back and try it. Bian Changxi used a knife to pry open its head and dug out a red crystal core. She tossed the bird into her farm, took out a bottle of mineral water to wash the crystal core, and held it up to the light. Only tier 3. Do you want it? She asked, offering it to Xu. A tier 3 core isn't very useful to me. You can keep it. Xu had already advanced to tier 4, quietly and without a fuss. When asked, he acted as if it were a matter of course and not worth mentioning, which was incredibly frustrating. If you say that out loud, you'll be killed by jealous glares. She happily put the crystal core away. This was money. The two of them got out of the car to inspect the results. Except for 2 that were kept alive, all the others were killed and collected by Bian Changxi. Eating mutant beasts was now a common practice. Although 90% of mutant beast meat didn't taste good, some had higher calories and nutritional value than traditional meat. Besides, there wasn't much food in the winter. Being able to eat meat was something many people drooled over in their dreams. Even if they didn't eat these birds themselves, they could be traded for supplies. The diligent and frugal Bian Changxi even picked up the ones that were charred black, as long as they weren't completely ruined. On this trip, Bian Changxi was the only space element user brought along, but Xu and another soldier both had spatial artifacts. Before they set out, it was decided that as long as Bian Changxi was present and it was convenient, she would collect all the spoils. After picking up the fragrant meat, Xu finished his discussion with the military commander. Everyone got back into the vehicles. The sounds and smell of blood had already attracted zombies and a few wild animals, so they left quickly. The highway continued straight ahead, leading north. A narrower, winding road to the side led to a town. Today, their goal was to get vehicles from the town's bus terminal. People usually operated more in the south and west. The north was less frequented because it started with a long, tree-lined road that was gloomy and deserted, and there were fewer communities and towns beyond it. Therefore, the bus station there had likely never been visited. Xu took Bian Changxi and 7 or 8 soldiers onto the highway, letting the others take the 200 people from Dai village to the town first. They advanced on the more desolate and dilapidated highway. Before long, they saw signs that vehicles had been cleared. Cars that should have been blocking the middle of the road had been moved to the side, creating a path wide enough for a single vehicle. The zombies around the cars had also been dealt with. When we set out, we'll need to clear the road a bit more, right? Yes, it needs to be wide enough. We have armored vehicles, and we can't drive in a single file. We've already prepared cranes and tow trucks. We should also prepare a few cement mixers and dump trucks. You never know when a giant crater might appear in the road. Of course, we could also have the earth element users handle it, Bian Changxi said. That makes sense. We should prepare all of those, Xu agreed wholeheartedly. His ready agreement made Bian Changxi a bit embarrassed. We can just keep them in the space and take them out when needed. That way, we won't waste gasoline or disrupt the convoy's formation. Suddenly, a bang echoed in the distance. It was a strange sound, like a heavy object crashing down, and it was so far away they could only hear a faint noise. Xu immediately stopped the car. The 2 vehicles behind them also halted. Everyone held their breath and listened, but the sound didn't come again. It sounded like it came from up ahead. Maybe some rocks falling from the mountain. It sounded like it fell into water. There was a splash. Xu listened intently for a while, but it was too faint. He couldn't be sure what it was, so he decided to ignore it. They drove a bit further. The road conditions were not bad, and the zombies and mutant beasts were negligible. Bian Changxi leaned against the front of the car, looking around. If the rest of the road is like this, we could reach the capital city in just a few days, right? Xu glanced at her. Don't get your hopes up. We'll be sending up helicopters periodically. The situation isn't ideal, but we'll be able to find the most suitable route. Bian Changxi nodded. In her past life, she had fled when the base was on the verge of being overrun. Everyone was in a panic, and the roads were filled with accidents. The zombies were in a frenzy, no longer scattered but attacking people in hordes. 2 out of every 3 escape attempts, by a group, ended in total annihilation. All the roads were practically blocked, making it impossible for vehicles to move. Large teams could clear a path, but she and Zhu Yunhua's group were only a few dozen people. They could only travel through forests, cross mountains, and traverse deserted farmliter sands, forging a path where there was none. She really didn't know what the situation was like on the main roads. At every fork in the road, Bian Changxi would release 2 motorcycles, and 2 soldiers would ride them down the side roads to scout ahead. This was the first leg of their journey from the base. A smooth start would greatly affect the morale of the entire convoy. Some might even see it as an omen. So, they had to thoroughly investigate the surrounding area to ensure there would be no accidents when the time came. They used motorcycles because of their agility. Even if they encountered trouble, they could escape through the woods, as they were less restricted by terrain. Xu pointed at the map. The river crossing bridge is up ahead. Let's go see if it's sturdy enough. People traveled north from here every day. If there was a problem with the bridge, they would have been forced back long ago. Just as Bian Changxi was about to say this, screams of ah, ah, and cries for help came from up ahead. Though distant and faint, both of them had excellent hearing. They exchanged a look, connecting the sound to the loud crash from earlier. Xu shifted gears and slammed on the accelerator, the car kicking up a trail of decaying leaves as it sped forward. After cresting a small slope, the view opened up before them. They saw the river, a yellow ribbon stretching across the landscape, and the great bridge arching over it like a rainbow. But a long section in the middle of the bridge had collapsed, leaving only a single pier supporting a bridge deck that was now only a quarter of its original width. A red extended sedan was stopped there, with a trail of zombies behind it that stretched all the way from the approach ramp, scattered across the entire bridge. The zombies were desperately pounding on the car, some even climbing onto the roof and tearing off the luggage. Many zombies, in their eagerness, fell from the broken edge of the bridge, one after another, their desire for food making them risk life and limb. The screams were coming from inside the car, desperate howls from both men and women, each cry more piercing than the last. On the opposite bank, a convoy of about a dozen vehicles was parked. People were looking anxiously at the bridge, but no one dared to go forward to help. Not only were there too many zombies, but more importantly, rocks were constantly falling from the bridge, which looked like it could give way and break completely at any moment. Bian Changxi and Xu exchanged a shocked look. How did this happen? A bridge in this state was almost impossible for people or vehicles to cross. What were they going to do? Xu's thoughts went deeper. A perfectly good bridge couldn't have just collapsed like this. Someone must have deliberately destroyed it. He drove the car slowly forward, stopping on the periphery of the zombies' path. A small group of people was also there, apparently terrified. Their car was parked far away as they watched the situation unfold, their guns raised uncertainly at the tide of zombies. Bian Changxi heard one of the women urging everyone to leave quickly. When they saw Xu's car approach, they swiveled their guns toward them like startled birds. Xu stuck his hand out the window, making a calming gesture. He said to Bian Changxi, "You stay in the car for now." Then he got out, raising both hands. "Relax, relax. We mean no harm. We were just drawn by the noise." He kept his voice low to avoid alerting the zombies in the distance, but it was still clear enough to be heard. "I'm Xu from the Suzhou base. This is my ID card. I'd like to ask you about the situation." He took out his ID card and flicked it toward them between two fingers. Since he was often outside and frequently encountered people from other bases, he always carried identification. Whether others believed him or not was out of his control. "You're Xu. Oh my God, you're the Xu." The other party was stunned. The man who caught the magnetic card, dressed in grayish-green, wearing a knit cap and holding a rifle, looked from the card to Xu, his expression a mixture of surprise and relief. "I've seen you before. You are Xu. I can't believe I'm seeing you here." It was good that they recognized him. Anyone who knew his name and status, whether from the Suzhou base or not, would not choose to attack first, though they would be extremely vigilant. This group clearly held him in some awe and fear. He persuaded them to lower their weapons, then called Bian Changxi out of the car. The two of them walked over and asked, "What happened here?" They recounted the events. This group was from the Shaoguang base. Eager to find relatives in the north, they had set out as soon as the weather warmed up slightly. When they arrived, another convoy was crossing the bridge. Adhering to the principle of maintaining a safe distance from strangers, they stopped some distance from the approach ramp, intending to cross after the other group had left. And just then, a deafening crash accompanied by terrified screams, the bridge had collapsed. The central piers suddenly crumbled, and the right-hand railing and half of the bridge deck collapsed like tofu. Two vehicles plunged into the river on the spot. The vehicles at the front reacted quickly, speeding to the other side as if fleeing for their lives. They lost another car along the way. In the end, only the red sedan was left stranded, unable and unwilling to move, afraid that the slightest motion would send them to the same fate as the 3 cars before them. The people who made it to the other side were decent enough. They didn't flee immediately. After discussing for a while, they sent a few people back to help. But they were too slow, and some deserted. They had to switch people several times, and the delay dragged on until the zombies arrived. The noise from the bridge collapse must have attracted those ghouls. They climbed onto the bridge. The rescuers bravely continued their efforts, but the bridge deck was probably too uneven. They fell and got stuck. One person fell straight off. But the zombies were fast. One person who got out of the car was eaten on the spot. Then they all hid in the car and started wailing. If this continues, those people are definitely going to die. The group spoke one after another, their voices filled with deep shock and fear, as if they needed to vent their emotions through speech. Xu asked calmly, "Tursi, did the bridge collapse suddenly?" "Yes." "No, that's not right." The leader, Wang Guang, shook his head. "I thought the bridge looked strange from the start. It was shaking a bit, and it would dip when cars drove over it." A young woman bravely asked, "Major General Gu, aren't you going to save them? The zombies are going to eat them." Her face was full of hero worship, her eyes practically sparkling. Bian Changxi almost rolled her eyes. They don't even have the courage to run out of the car. They're the ones who gave up their chance to escape. From the bridge collapse to the zombies appearing to them surrounding the car, there had been plenty of time. Yet those people were still in the car. They were truly one of a kind. They just went through something terrifying. Their companions in cars fell off the bridge. They were scared stiff. And it was on a collapsing bridge. How horrifying is that? The zombies appeared too quickly. You can't blame them. The young woman's eyes widened, her expression screaming, "How can you say that? You're so heartless, so cold, so unsympathetic." Bian Changxi paused, then looked seriously at this bright, lovely girl with her puffed-out eyes and cheeks. "You remind me of an idiom." Righteous indignation. The girl's face filled with pride, as if to say, of course. She seemed to think she was completely in the right. "So, you righteous people, what are you doing just standing here watching? Go save them. We're just passing through. We won't disturb your noble act of one compatriot saving another." After saying her piece, Bian Changxi pulled Xu back to the car. "Aren't you driving? Do you really want to be a hero?" Xu shook his head with an amused smile, but the smile vanished as he thought about the bridge. He turned the car around and headed back. Are there any other bridges? Bian Changxi watched in the rearview mirror as the zombies rushed toward the opposite bank. The people who had already crossed were forced to get in their cars and leave, while the small team on their side, who had been spared, also packed up and got in their car. Only the red sedan was left, being smashed apart by the zombies. The screaming people finally came face to face with the zombies' bloody maws. The young woman stared at their car, her face a mask of disappointment, anger, and disbelief. But when her teammates pulled her into their car, she didn't seem to resist. Bian Changxi shook her head. "What a weirdo. The nearby ones are all small bridges, with tonnage limits that are too low. Then what do we do? We'll discuss it. There's always a way." Seeing how calm and composed he still was, Bian Changxi also began to calm down. It was just one bridge. It wasn't like it could trap them here forever, right? Bian Changxi once again realized what a stable person Xu was. Even though the main bridge, practically their only way out, had been destroyed, he didn't rush back to the base to discuss the matter. Instead, he proceeded with the original plan to find vehicles in the town. The small town had long been deserted, with most of its zombies having wandered off elsewhere. Pushing through wasn't too difficult. Any car they saw on the road that wasn't completely wrecked was collected. Even if it couldn't be repaired, its parts might be useful. The town had a bus terminal where they acquired 31 buses. They found another 12 on the roads, along with over 50 other vehicles of various sizes and some supplies. After marking the cleared areas on the map, the team started back at 2 o'clock, arriving at the base an hour later. By then, it had been 6 or 7 hours since Xiao Feng and the others received news via communicator that the river crossing bridge had been destroyed. Upon arriving at the villa, they saw Xiao Feng, Wu Dalang, and Gu Pei gathered around a table, deep in discussion. When they saw Xu and Bian Changxi enter, Xiao Feng spread out another map. Within a 100-mile radius of the base, there are 4 bridges that cross the river. The one that was destroyed was rebuilt 2 years ago. It was the newest, longest, widest, and most sturdy. The other 3 are located where the river is narrower and the current is slower. Probably because the new bridge met traffic needs, all 3 are in disrepair, with tonnage limits ranging from 20 to 40. We've sent people to investigate them, but the situation is likely to be worse than we think. He removed that map, revealing a more detailed one underneath with 3 routes marked in different colored lanes. These 3 roads lead to the 3 bridges. We've already sent people to scout them. By tonight, we'll know what's on these roads. The closest one is still over 60 kilometers away. Gu Shu tapped a point on the map. What's its tonnage? That one is the worst, 20 tons. The bridge is narrow and thin, but it's also quite short, only about 200 meters long. They filled in parts of the river on both banks there to create recreational areas facing each other. Gu Shu sighed. The road to it is the easiest to travel, but armored vehicles can't cross a bridge with that tonnage. Large trucks can't risk it either, and even regular cars. We can put the heavier vehicles in the space, Gu Pei suggested. Bian Changxi was the first to object. Right now, we only have 167 officially registered space element users. Their average space is about 200 square meters. We have over 1,000 spatial artifacts, but their average space is just over 100 square meters, and 9/10 of them are already full of supplies. Vehicles take up a lot of room. I'm afraid we won't be able to fit many cars. We could use the space as a ferry. Collect them on this side, release them immediately on the other side, and then repeat. That was a viable option. Bian Changxi thought for a moment and nodded. She looked at Gu Shu. If we can solve the safety issues of loading and unloading without worrying about delays, that could work. Besides, spatial artifacts are still being produced. With the vehicle and supply issue addressed, Xiao Feng spoke up. But with just one dilapidated and damaged bridge, even regular cars will have to cross one at a time. It will be too time-consuming. Gu Shu was silent for a moment. We'll go by water. There are things in the water. Changxi and I acquired some warships. In a 200-meter-wide river, there won't be anything capable of capsizing those. Xiao Feng frowned in thought. Use warships as a bridge. Then people would have to cross on foot. But if we lean up several ships to create multiple pathways and still rely on the space to transport vehicles, the pros outweigh the cons. It's worth considering. Gu Shu added, we can clear the road on this side in advance and do the same on the other side. As long as we don't dawdle, safety shouldn't be an issue. The other crucial part is ideological work. We need to instruct people on how to disembark and reboard vehicles quickly while maintaining formation and efficiency. The 2 of them found a solution to a major problem in just a few words, as if it were no trouble at all. Bian Changxi admired their composure. It was truly rare to remain calm under the pressure of being responsible for over 300,000 leaves. But she couldn't help but interject, but news of the new bridge being destroyed will spread quickly. People will naturally turn their attention to the other bridges. Will we have time to set things up without being disturbed? Everyone fell silent. Forget setting things up without being disturbed. If many people tried to cross that bridge on the day of their departure, waiting would be the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario was that impatient people would damage the bridge, leaving them with no way out. Gu Pei said softly, "Few people are leaving now, but by the time we're ready to depart." When spring arrived and the flowers bloomed, traffic would be a nightmare. Bian Changxi looked at them. "Actually, it's not just this bridge. There will be more people on the roads. More people and more cars mean a higher chance of traffic jams." Gu Shu's gaze swept over the map. Then he said to her in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry too much. We don't necessarily have to use these 3 bridges. We still need to formulate a detailed plan. We'll come up with a foolproof strategy." Bian Changxi was sent upstairs. After closing the door to her room, her expression slowly changed. It wasn't an accident. How could a bridge that was rebuilt only 2 years ago collapse for no reason? Could it be that someone? Meanwhile, Gu Shu and Xiao Feng were in the front yard by the vegetable garden. Standing before the garden that was slowly coming back to leaf after winter, under the grape trellis with the grand, bright villa as a backdrop, the 2 handsome men were a pleasant sight. But the content of their conversation was anything but light-hearted. The smile was gone from Gu Shu's face. "Have you found anything? I sent people out as soon as I got the news. They just reported back. The zombies had retreated by the time they arrived. They inspected the bridge piers and deck. It seems a corrosive agent was used." "How long ago?" "It's hard to tell for sure. Probably 10 days to half a month ago. The corrosion started early, and the bridge has been unsafe since then. Today was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. Someone deliberately destroyed the bridge to cut off the escape route for the people here." "Could it be him?" "The timing fits." Xiao Feng's expression was cold and grim. The elegant and refined air between his brows was gone, replaced by a completely different aura. "He has a reason to do this. He wants to stop us from going north, but he doesn't want us to notice." He continued, "He may have left, but not all of his people are gone. What if they continue to destroy the remaining bridges? Or, as Changxi said, what if others come to compete with us for these bridges? Zhuje, Gu Jianhua, and the others are also preparing to leave, as are teams from other bases. In truth, if the warships were effective, everyone could cross on them. But that wasn't the case. If everyone crossed on foot, it would mean all vehicles and supplies would have to be transported by the space. This was not only wasteful, but it would also take up valuable space, reducing what they could carry with them. True, we don't have the authority to monopolize these bridges, Gu Shu said with a calm expression. Is it possible to construct another one? Xiao Feng had already considered this. First, we would need the manpower and talent, which isn't an issue. However, the monsters in the water must be lured away first. Underwater operations would be unavoidable, and the rivers now are as filthy as open sewers. Aside from man-eating creatures, they're teeming with viruses and parasites, so I don't recommend it. Instead of building a bridge, it would be better to fill in a path. During these past 6 or 7 hours, Xiao Feng had clearly done his homework. He continued to explain the situation. But that also presents significant problems. At the narrowest point of the river near the closest small bridge, the water is extremely deep because silt was excavated from that section to fill the surrounding land during its original construction. Other areas aren't as deep, but the surface is too wide. These are the detailed statistics measured 2 years before the apocalypse. There might be some discrepancies with the actual situation today. Gu Shu flipped through the papers. So, creating a road isn't practical either. Normally, even if it's impractical, it would be the best method. However, since we have warships, I suggest filling in sections of the road on both banks to create slopes and stairs connecting to the ships. This would allow people to board and disembark easily, which would greatly increase our speed. Of course, if we take the other 2 bridges, people might be able to drive across directly. Those 2 are too far. One is separated by a forest, and the other by a county town. It's too risky. Gu Shu gently rolled up the paper, his eyes lifting slightly. Are the teams organized? Including the 4,000 people from Dai Village, our numbers have exceeded 310,000. Excluding the 15,000-man mobile force organized separately, there are 300,000 people left. They've been divided into 8 brigades, each ranging from 35,000 to 40,000 people. Each brigade is further subdivided into 10 squadrons, and each squadron consists of 10 squads. All of this is set. The primary and deputy brigade and squadron leaders are in place, but the squad leaders haven't been selected yet. According to the plan, this is only the first step. Next, the squadron leaders need to familiarize themselves with and train their members. They will nominate candidates for squad leaders to be approved by the committee. That's the second step. The third step involves squad leaders distributing ID cards and leading their teams to practice their tasks. Logistics teams need to start their work, combat teams need to head outside the base for experience, and medical teams need to report to the medical group. However, most squads are mixed type. They include people responsible for food, cleaning, healing, combat, communication, and escorting supplies. This way, even if they get separated, they can sustain themselves for a while. But this means the adjustment period will be longer, making the third step the most critical. Then comes the fourth step. Squadrons taking over squads, and brigades overseeing squadrons. Official positions will be finalized level by level, turning a brigade into a cohesive unit that follows every order. But we've only just finished the first step. Xiao Feng knew all of this by heart. If Gu Shu was the one commanding the big picture and setting the general direction, Xiao Feng was the one managing the various affairs and implementing policies. His work was messier, more complex, and more chaotic. Without a mental map of personnel relationships, he wouldn't be able to keep any of it straight. He leaked to look at the essence of people and had a habit of investigating the far-reaching impacts of every decision, and not without reason. Gu Shu lightly tapped the rolled-up paper. He stared at the short, vibrant green sprouts of baby bok choy that had grown under Bian Changxi's care. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Prioritize getting the 1st Brigade in order. Although it's rushed, I'm afraid we'll have to leave early. Before dinner, the scouts sent to check the roads and bridges returned. Everyone gathered at the villa for a full meeting. They spent half an hour confirming the route and redesigning the plan. Then everyone hurried out with the new protocols to notify and arrange various matters. Bian Changxi, meanwhile, summoned 20 space element users from the supply team, those considered the most trustworthy. They rushed to Jiang City space, device manufacturing base to work through the night. Making reliable space devices was difficult for 20 novices. Jiang City, and the others worked through the middle of the night before these people finally produced acceptable devices. After that, the production speed began to increase significantly. Hard work always brought rewards. Bian Changxi's spirit was still high, but ordinary people like Jiang City were exhausted. Standing at the entrance of the workshop, she thought for a moment, summoned her wood element sprout, plucked half a leaf, and dissolved it into a large barrel of distilled water. She then had the secretary handling chores pour a cup for everyone. After drinking the water, everyone's spirits visibly lifted. Their fatigue vanished, and they marveled at whether this was some kind of divine nectar. While it wasn't exactly that, it was close. Bian Changxi was currently at the peak of Tier 3, nearing Tier 4. The energy contained within the 4 leaves had become purer and more powerful. Even a diluted half-leaf was enough to restore the vitality of these overworked people, even leaving behind a bit of energy to keep them from tiring easily over the next day or two. As for the space element users, they immediately realized the benefits. Creating space consumed a massive amount of energy. Although they could replenish it with crystal core, they usually had to rest periodically, otherwise their abilities would feel sluggish, and they would suffer from lightheadedness, chest tightness, and nausea. After drinking the water, these symptoms improved significantly, and they felt refreshed. Everyone began asking for another cup. Xu Chenxi looked up and saw Bian Changxi. Given her level, she could naturally sense the wood element energy. Holding her cup, she asked, bringing 20 newcomers here in such a rush. Did something happen outside? To prevent leaks and keep prying eyes away, the space element users here rarely went out, leaving a leaf of isolation. Only those with absolute loyalty and patience could handle this job. Wu Dalang will tell you soon enough. I won't run my mouth, Bian Changxi replied. Xu Chenxi's face flushed slightly, though fortunately the dim light hid it. She returned to her post, somewhat sullenly, immediately reverting to her ice beauty persona. Bian Changxi smiled and found Jiang City, who was testing the data of the newly produced space devices. Based on this data, the devices would be categorized into classes A, B, and C. Class A devices were considered permanent and reserved for the most important people or items, so he and his colleagues cross-checked them repeatedly. Bian Changxi leaned against the door. Can we talk? Du Ryuchen, standing nearby, was quick-witted. He stood up with a smile. This space device doesn't seem to meet the quality standards. I'll go see who sent it over. He left elegantly and decisively. Jiang City invited Bian Changxi to sit. She waved her hand. I came tonight not just to bring people, but to tell you something. Things aren't looking good outside. We might have to leave early. This production base can only run for 1 more week at most. That soon? Jiang City was stunned. Our space device count is nowhere near the target. So you'll all have to work hard these next few days. I'm just giving you a heads up. People will come to offer condolences and hand out rewards to encourage everyone. I hope you can cooperate then. Of course. Also, after this place is disbanded, and until we completely leave Sioux City, the secret of the space devices still cannot be leaked. Originally, we were going to put all the staff in one team under the protection of the elite mobile force, but we later felt that wasn't right. You all have families and friends, and you've been isolated for so long. It would be inhumane to keep you separated. You can return to the teams where your families are. Those who are single can freely choose to join a squad. However, specific people will be assigned to protect, or perhaps you could say monitor, each of you until the main force leaves. Only when we believe that your talking won't cause any harm will you be truly free. As for whether we will organize you for production again in the future, that's a certainty, but the specifics are unclear for now. Bian Changxi thought for a moment. She had said everything she needed to. Any questions? Jiang City hesitated. Miss Bian, if I understand correctly, the main force won't leave immediately after this place is disbanded, right? Bian Changxi smiled. This man was sharp. Yes, and number we won't leave Sioux City immediately because the snow has blocked the roads, but we will leave the base as soon as possible. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang City paused, then nodded. I understand. Good. Keep this to yourself. No need to tell the others. I know the weight of this. Okay, mission accomplished. Bian Changxi checked it off in her mind and turned to leave. She didn't actually have to say these things so early, nor did she have to be the one to say them. But Jiang City was, after all, a hero in the development of space devices and the leader of the production team. Telling him early and in private was a sign of respect, and allowed him to organize his thoughts and manage his subordinates. Having Bian Changxi do it also had its own meaning. Gu Shu and the others couldn't afford a special trip for this, and as a woman, Bian Changxi had a natural affinity. Compared to the others, she wouldn't put as much pressure on a non-ability user leak Jiang City. At the same time, in the eyes of outsiders, her status was equal to those men, which was the truth, so her words carried the weight of a direct decree, ensuring they were taken seriously. She dozed for a while in a chair in the break room, using her superior sleeping ability to fall into a deep, efficient slumber to recharge. Suddenly, her communicator beeped. I'm here. Come out. Meh. She patted her face. It was 5:30 a.m. She grabbed her coat and headed to the surface. The sky was still gloomy, but aside from patrols, there were already vehicles on the road that could ignore the curfew. A black Land Rover sat there with a domineering presence. Xu leaned over to open the door for her, his dark eyes shining brightly in the thick mist. Did you get some rest? Yes, I slept well. She got into the car, her face slightly flushed and her body radiating warmth. She squinted and exhaled, then quickly pulled on her outer coat. So, our mission today is to clear the road and find a suitable campsite on the other side. Correct. If possible, we also need to build defensive fortifications and transfer the first batch of supplies. We'll bring the 1st Brigade over tomorrow or the day after. Hearing the word supplies, Bian Changxi's expression turned a bit strange. She hesitated. Actually, regarding the supplies, there's no need to deploy so many people or make it so tense. I can handle it. Xu turned to look at her, his eyes questioning. What I mean is, I can take it all in. We can take it out once we reach a safe place or get on the road. Cars, houses, all the supplies, none of it is a problem. Xu was genuinely shocked this time. He turned a corner and pulled the car over to the side of the road. He turned toward her, his expression solemn. You can take all of it. As much as there is. Xu's expression became very strange. He propped one hand on the steering wheel and remained silent for several seconds. Just as Bian Changxi was starting to feel uneasy, he asked, Is your space really infinite? She had said as much when they were joking before because she could collect so many things, and there were rumors outside that her space was limitless. But clearly, very few people actually believed it. You could say that. His gravity made her unsure if she should continue. Actually, my space isn't just a space. I'm not a space element user in the traditional sense. It's actually a thud. The back of the car was suddenly bumped. Both of them looked back to see 2 people carrying large bags, apologizing frantically. Their luggage had just hit the car. They ran off together, one of them saying nervously, I heard the river bridge was blown up. We're finished. I knew we should have left earlier, but no, we had to wait and see. We're going to lose our leaves. Don't worry, don't worry. Let's go to the hunting groups and ask for news. We aren't the only ones trapped here. I heard that boss of the Jiang City group has been preparing for months, and he can't leave either. Hess, let's see how arrogant they are now. Bian Changxi turned back. Xu was staring at her. Where were they? Oh, right. The farm. That. Oh, by the way, where's Milk? I haven't seen him lately. It was a clumsy transition. A flash of disappointment crossed Xu's eyes. He knew she had secrets. He even had a few guesses in his heart. If she was willing to speak, he would listen, if not, he wouldn't force her. Whether she spoke or not, she was still Bian Changxi, the person he loved, someone he wouldn't hurt and who wouldn't hurt him. He believed that one day they would understand each other more deeply and be completely honest. But when she swallowed her words just as they reached her lips, he couldn't help but feel a bit let down. He acted as if he didn't know what she had been about to say. Following her lead, he said, I gave him another task. Don't change the subject. Who else knows about the infinite space? No one. I haven't told anyone. Though she hadn't exactly gone out of her way to hide it either. Don't tell anyone else. Not Xiaofeng, not Shadow and the others. Don't tell Ape, and definitely don't mention it to Chen Yisha and her friends. Okay, I understand. Bian Changxi nodded solemnly. She understood the danger of carrying a jade that invites trouble, but why not Xiaofeng and the others? Xu wasn't sure how to explain. When we return, we will likely have to report our movements and account for many things. Xiaofeng and the others won't harm you, he said, choosing his words carefully, but they won't leave for me, right? If they're asked about me, they'll tell everything they know, even if it's disadvantageous to me. Xu feared she would be angry. Not necessarily, but if they hide things, their stories might conflict. It would cause trouble. The simplest way is to not let them know. That way, no one has to be put in a difficult position. Bian Changxi leaned back against the seat, gripping the window frame as she thought for a long time. She couldn't help but smile. Don't look at me like that. I understand. I'm not upset, and I have no reason to be. But I want to know, if word got out about an infinite space, who would move against me? Is it someone even you can't stand against? Her calm, steady gaze was like that of a lone wolf cub, silently preparing to face an unknown enemy. Even if she looked indifferent on the surface, he felt as if the fur on the back of her neck was standing up, her heart gradually returning to its stubborn, fierce state. His heart tightened. He paused, then gently took her hand. His voice was low and resonant, like a flute under the moonlight. The capital isn't as simple as you imagine. The water there is very deep, and I am just a small fish. But don't worry. I will stand with you. Bian Changxi looked at that long, powerful hand and thought, you're no small fish. You will become the #1 powerhouse in China, leading thousands of experts in the capital, standing at the highest peak, looking out over the world. She suddenly thought of something. What if that person is your direct superior? The chief wouldn't do that. What if he would? Changxi, he won't force people into impossible situations. Bian Changxi became stubborn. But what if he has a need? What if he wants me to do something for him, something you all think is reasonable and right, but I just don't want to do it? Will you still stand with me? Xu laughed helplessly, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Are you worried the chief won't like you? He won't. He's a very easy person to get along with, kind, tolerant, understanding, and wise. Just like a father figure. He looked into the distance, with a look of reverence Bian Changxi had never seen before. You'll like him too. Bian Changxi opened her mouth, but perhaps sensing the deep-seated worry and anxiety hidden beneath his calm face, she couldn't say anything. She silently exhaled, gently withdrew her hand, and sat back to look ahead. Let's drive. Changxi. It's fine. Now isn't the time to talk about this. She offered a smile. Besides, I believe in you. If I really can't get along with him, don't I still have you? The events hadn't happened yet. She would deal with them when they did. Why trouble herself now? She remembered that Xu's old chief, Fu Qingsong, was assassinated in the 3rd month of the 2nd year of the apocalypse, when the first snow of that year fell. She didn't plan to warn Xu yet, there were still over 7 months left. By then, they would be in the capital anyway. She wanted to see what kind of person he was first. To see Xu's reaction. Then I'll just set a limit for the space. The things that take up the most room are the 7 warships, plus many vehicles, 2 houses, and lots of supplies. The most significant are the 2 ships of coal and oil. She listed the things Xu knew about. We'll tell people there are 4 warships, that's enough. Would 4,000 square meters be sufficient? Bian Changxi's mind delved into the farm's warehouse. Not enough. At least 5,000, maybe 6 or 7,000. Then 6,000. Let people find out about it gradually. Don't let the secret sleep. I know what to do. 6,000 square meters could be matched by 4 or 5 top-tier space element users. But infinite was too heaven-defying, it would invite greed. She had previously felt that since she was already a dual elementalist with a powerful and unique wood element, having a space that was ridiculously large would just be a matter of quantity. Hiding it or not didn't seem to matter. But Xu had reminded her, she still needed to be careful and keep a low profile. Who knew if this infinite capacity would be the final straw that led to her death? She glanced at Xu, a hint of warmth in her eyes. He was always looking out for her. Xu restarted the engine. We can solve the supply issue with a bit of hard work. Even without considering the supplies, We need to cross the river as soon as possible. Panic has already started in the base. If we wait, people will block the way and fight us for the best locations. They might even collapse the remaining 3 bridges in the rush, and then there will be riots and such. He nodded approvingly. Exactly. Though they had been delayed on the road for a bit, they were still 7 or 8 minutes ahead of the 6 a.m. departure time when they reached the north gate. A dark mass of people had already gathered in the open space, the 5,000 members of the mobile force. These were the most outstanding people among the 310,000 survivors, an elite army of 15,000 in total, formed by weeding out and expanding from the original 10,000. They included military elites and hunting group members, organized as a separate unit under Xu's direct management. Because they were equipped with the best weapons, tanks, cannons, and light and heavy machine guns, they were called the Mobile Force. And because 8 out of 10 were ability users, they were also known as the Ability User Vanguard, or the Elite Force. Some even jokingly called them the Imperial Guard, since Xu led them. The names were varied, but each indicated how exceptional this team was. Deploying 5,000 of them today was meant to clear the 30 kilometers of road from here to the small bridge, and establish a temporary camp on the other side of the river within a single day. At exactly 6 o'clock, as the first lead of dawn appeared, the convoy set off on time. As expected, there were far more people leaving the North Gate today than yesterday. As they advanced along the flat North Road, they saw many cars and people. These people were shocked by the 5,000-man force, especially the armored vehicles in the lead, which commanded awe. People scrambled to get out of the way. Some, driven by curiosity and urgency, followed quietly from behind, wanting to see where the Xu faction, now widely recognized as the most eager to head north, was clearing a path. However, intimidated by the sight of gun barrels, these people froze in fear, watching as the convoy disappeared at the end of the road. To reach their destination, they had to pass through the small town from yesterday. Half of the town had been cleared, so the first half of the advance was very smooth. Zombies only began to appear in larger numbers toward the end, but larger was relative. They appeared in scattered groups of dozens, never exceeding 200 at once. The members of the mobile force in the back of the trucks slung their guns over their waists, jumped down, and drew their cold weapons. They wiped out the zombies in minutes without the convoy even stopping. A different trucks team would handle each wave of zombies. Sometimes, if there were many zombies, 2 trucks would be deployed. Before the 5,000 men had even finished a full rotation, they had reached the end of the town. Bian Changxi sat cross-legged on the roof of the armored vehicle, watching in all directions. Whenever she saw a good car, she used her vines to pull it in. Obstacles like wrecked cars, billboards, and fallen poles were sucked into the farm, and then dumped by the roadside a moment later. This was a secondary street sweeping. While doing this, she suddenly paused. Wait, in the future, if I run into traffic jams on the road, I can just use this method to clear them. However, she immediately dismissed the idea. Space element users and space devices were all incorporated into the supply team, and each was precious and fragile. Letting them sweep the streets. That was like asking a top scholar to do manual labor. Besides, they had to touch objects directly to manipulate them. How could they be as efficient as her? So tow trucks were still necessary. They marked the route along the way, setting up roadblocks at alleyways and street corners to prevent the cleared paths from being filled with those damn zombies again by the next day. Then the troops left the town. The road outside was even more desolate, filled with chaotic obstacles. Some places were empty without a single soul, while others suddenly teemed with a string of zombies, each looking like a starving ghost, reaching out to bite anyone they could. Those were the easy ones. The real fear was zombies with abilities. They would stand at a distance and suddenly unleash an attack. Just then, an abandoned tank appeared on the road, surrounded by zombies wearing military uniforms. These were likely from a military unit that had been searching for supplies not long ago and had fallen here. The convoy stopped. Bian Changxi leased into the voice on the communicator, a new type, very similar to those from before the apocalypse. They were to stop here, eliminate the zombies ahead, and search the surroundings. This wasn't part of the original plan. It seemed there was something suspicious nearby. She prepared to climb down from the armored vehicle, using her psychic perception to scan the area while gauging if the tank was worth collecting. Suddenly, a golden light flashed before her eyes, followed by several cries of pain from behind, along with people shouting, "Goot down. Take cover." She turned to look. Several people had already fallen. The gunner on the truck behind her, who was manning a heavy machine gun, had a gold blade embedded in his left eye. Blood flowed freely as he struggled to stay upright. His large partner immediately tackled him to the ground, then grabbed the heavy machine gun and aimed it in a certain direction. She looked ahead again. Beside the tank, a zombie as thin as a bamboo pole had its mouth wide open, spitting out gold blades continuously. She immediately ducked. The protruding hatch on the roof of the armored vehicle blocked 2 gold blades for her, while 2 more whistled over her head. Her senses had become very sharp, and her mind worked fast. In a flash of blurred light and shadow, she realized one of the blades was going to hit the big guy behind her. She suddenly whipped out a wood thorn. It flew fast, overtaking the gold blade and intercepting it. The ice layer on the outside was sliced open, and the resistance forced the gold blade toward the ground. Shards of ice sprayed onto the big guy's face. As blood splattered, he fired and hit the metal element zombie. A headshot. Yeah. He cheered, about to thank Bian Changxi. Suddenly, his expression changed. Watch out. An entity, it was unclear if it was a living person or a zombie, suddenly crawled out of the abandoned tank. It raised its hand high and threw a black object toward Bian Changxi. A grenade. She fleeped backward, rolling off the armored vehicle. The black object hit the rear of the vehicle. With a bang, flames and black smoke billowed into the sky. Oh, damn it. The grenade hadn't just hit Bian Changxi, it had also affected the trucks behind. Several members of the mobile force nearby didn't have time to react and were blown away. No one expected such an ambush on the road. The flames and smoke obscured everyone's vision. They couldn't see who had thrown the grenade or what the situation was ahead. A water elementalist standing on a truck behind had a good angle and saw what was happening. His face paled as he hurriedly threw a water ball. The water ball collided with another grenade in midair, causing it to explode. Fortunately, this time it blew up in the air, so the damage to those below was minimal. However, the blast left many people's ears ringing, and their vision was stimulated by the intense light, leaving them seeing nothing but static. Many hadn't even reacted before zombies appeared beside them. They fired their guns frantically and released their abilities in a panic. Grenades occasionally flew through the air, and the strength and enhanced zombies pouncing on them were hard to fight off. Almost immediately, the air was filled with the roars of combat and the horrific screams of people being torn apart. On the military truck right behind the armored vehicle, the big guy finally managed to crawl up from his concussion and the stars in his eyes. He shook his head and looked down. He immediately began firing into the dust and smoke, where beastly roars continued to echo. He shouted, "Good on the truck. Clean up." The people beside the truck scrambled up one after another. From below, they couldn't see anything. It seemed the front was entirely filled with zombies. "Chuik dayu." The big guy shouted at the last person, who was still firing cover. The man named Dayu threw his gun onto the truck and grabbed the sideboards, about to pull himself up. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from behind, grabbing his collar. Its bloody, rotting head leaned in eagerly, opening its disgusting mouth. The entire process was incredibly fast. Squelch. Just as Dayu thought he was going to be bitten to death, a white light flashed. The zombie's head hit the ground. Yu turned to see a woman holding a sharp, dazzling tang sword. She swept it in a circle, decapitating 2 more zombies. Her slender body seemed to possess infinite strength. Her movements weren't fancy, but they felt much more lethal than an average person's. She turned and glared at him. "What are you staring for? Good up." "Oh." He immediately fleeped onto the truck, and Bian Changxi leaped up as well. Not long after she got up, the people from the back of the convoy who hadn't been attacked rushed to support. Seeing the fierce battle below, she propped herself up and leaped onto the roof of the cab. She saw the zombie on the abandoned tank. It was indeed a zombie. Its clothes were ragged and blood-stained, its face half-rotted and hideous, and half its leaps were missing. Its arm movements were mechanical, yet it could continuously throw grenades, one after another. When it ran out, it reached back down to grab more. What a strange zombie. Bian Changxi had seen a lot, and she had encountered intelligent zombies before. She figured this zombie probably retained a small part of its past consciousness. For example, the habit of throwing grenades when encountering enemies had become an instinct, or rather, a skill. It seemed to spot her. The grenade in its hand shifted direction. Bian Changxi sheathed her sword and pulled out a large-caliber rifle, one that had been modified to greatly increase its armor-piercing capability. Just as she was about to fire, a fire arrow suddenly sprouted from the zombie's forehead. Then, its entire head burst with a boom and caught fire. Bian Changxi looked down and met Gu Shu's gaze. He had rushed up from the back. He only glanced at her without saying a word, then began commanding the scattered men on the ground to tighten their formation and counterattack the zombie horde. Bian Changxi jumped down from the roof and pushed through the crowded truck bed. Make way, make way. We have wounded here." She found the gunner, who had been placed in the corner. He had already pulled the gold blade from his eye and was preparing to wrap it up and rejoin the fight. She held him down and took a look. The eyeball was ruined, it couldn't be saved. "Don't move." She used her wood element ability to treat him. The bleeding gradually stopped. The eye was still a bloody mess, but it looked better. She took a roll of medical gauze from the farm. The big guy beside her watched and hurriedly said, "Let me do it, let me do it." Bian Changxi handed over the gauze and took out a bottle of medicine. "He'll need surgery later to remove the eyeball. Don't move now, or you'll damage the nerves. Take some anti-inflammatories first." Anti-inflammatories didn't work as well on ability users anymore, but they were better than nothing. Combined with her treatment, he could hold out for a day without a problem. The gunner was tough. Aside from an initial scream, he hadn't made a sound. When told to take the medicine, he opened his mouth and swallowed it in one go. Seeing him about to stand up, she advised, "Don't move for now. We have plenty of people, we can handle this." The big guy immediately agreed, then looked at Bian Changxi and cried out, "Aya. Miss Bian, you're injured too." One side of her neck was covered in blood, staining her white collar a deep red. It was hard to tell where the wound was. She wiped it casually with her sleeve. "It's just a small scratch." "It's fine." She caught her breath and stood up from her crouch, swaying involuntarily. Looking out from the side of the truck, her vision was a bit blurry. She shook her head and looked again. Without the grenade zombie causing explosions, the smoke gradually cleared. The zombies emerged. Compared to the few uniformed zombies from before, the horde now could be described as a tide. It was unclear where they had come from, but both ends of the street were blocked. The street was about 30 meters wide. To make it easier to deploy, the trucks had entered one by one rather than side by side. From one end of the street to the other, only 7 or 8 trucks had made it in, with about 200 to 300 people. The rest of the convoy was out of sight. But now, the open space was filled with zombies, effectively surrounding this group. More continued to emerge from buildings and alleys, howling incessantly. One long-legged zombie was particularly eye-catching. It wasn't because of its height, but its speed. Even in the crowded horde, it moved extremely fast, as if it were teleporting. It would flash here, then flash there. One moment it was far away, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of you. It wasn't that people's reactions couldn't keep up, but their vision was obstructed, making it impossible to predict. Fortunately, everyone wore special uniforms that zombies couldn't tear through without significant effort. Whenever the creature hit someone, nearby team members would immediately swarm it, driving it away several times. As if competing, several speed-type team members had others cover them as they darted through the crowd and the horde, chasing the speed zombie. Eventually, one person caught it, and another arrived immediately after, severing its legs with one strike and splitting its head with the next. There was also a zombie with immense strength. A swing of its arm could send 3 to 5 grown men flying, coughing up blood. Wherever it went, people were smashed aside like scattered petals. Finally, a man holding a heavy iron chain leaped down from a truck, locking its neck from behind. Another person took the opportunity to thrust a bayonet through its jaw and into its brain. There were many others with abilities that required teamwork to subdue. She saw Xu commanding while moving like a ghost, specifically targeting the ability zombies. His fire blade and cold, sharp edge took them down one by one. Before the surrounding zombies could grab him, he had already moved on, incredibly fast. Suddenly, the crowd gasped. A large truck at the back was flipped over. It turned out to be a wood element zombie standing on a rooftop, using black, thorn-leek vines covered in hooks and nodules to snag the truck and flip it. After flipping the first one, the thorns reached for a second, but they were cut down by a combined effort of metal and wind elementals nearby. The zombie roared, and another thorn vine swept down. People shouted, "Get out of the way," as they scrambled to dodge. Those who couldn't were lashed, their skin torn and flesh flayed. The unluckiest ones were swept directly into the zombie horde. Even the trucks were dented and flipped on their sides. Those who weren't hit quickly raised their guns and fired. Bian Changxi saw the rest of the convoy rushing in to help. Several people had climbed onto rooftops, but they were still some distance from the thorn zombie. Seeing a second vine about to come down near her truck, Bian Changxi struck first. Before the thorns could land, her vines whipped out and entangled them. The next moment, the massive pulling force, as expected, flung her off the truck. She let out a muffled groan, but didn't resist. While in midair, she shot out another vine, hooking the zombie's neck and dragging it down with her. The zombie crashed to the ground. The crowd receded like a tide, then surged back forward, smashing it into mincemeat in seconds. Due to the momentum, Bian Changxi landed in the middle of the zombie horde. She quickly adjusted her posture to get a better landing, and as soon as her feet hit the ground, her knees still bent, she pulled out her 1.5-meter large blade and began hacking wildly. Miss Bian fell down. Chuik saved Miss Bian. Many people saw what she did. The big guy and several others were right beside her, but they couldn't catch her in time. They watched helplessly as she fell into the horde. Fortunately, they immediately raised their guns and unleashed their abilities, attacking the area below with desperate intensity. Within seconds, all the zombies around Bian Changxi were down. The team members on the ground rushed over to cover her as she retreated toward the trucks. Once everyone had retreated and the ability zombies were mostly cleared, the men fired without restraint. Zombies fell in rows. No matter what tier these zombies were, once they lacked special abilities, they posed lethal threat to the well-trained, ability-heavy mobile force. No matter their numbers, they couldn't withstand the hail of bullets and fell like tattered rags. Bian Changxi was protected at the rear. She leaned against a truck, propping herself up with her large blade, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, the wounded were being carried, lugged, or helped back. She wiped her face, which was splattered with filth, and directed them to the open space between the trucks to begin healing them. Everyone was very disciplined. Unless the injury was fatal or extremely urgent, they waited their turn. Bian Changxi knew there were other wood elementals in the unit, who had been trained to provide immediate first aid. She grabbed 2 uninjured men and told them to find the critically wounded and bring her to them. In moments like these, seconds could determine whether a person lived or became a cold corpse. She had seen too many people die miserably within a minute or two because they didn't receive timely treatment or because the wood elementalist wasn't strong enough. Sure enough, there were many severely injured. Bian Changxi followed the men as they wove through the trucks and the crowd. She found someone with a skull fracture, another whose face was half torn off, one whose belly had been ripped open with intestines spilling out, and others with missing arms or ribs puncturing internal organs. Most of these were the work of the strength zombies and that thorn zombie. By the time Bian Changxi had saved over a dozen people, the battle was finally over. The wounded were gathered together, but most could be handled by their own wood elementals and military doctors. One wood elementalist even asked Bian Changxi, with a look of awe and a cautious tone, "Miss Bian, are you all right?" Bian Changxi looked down at her blood-soaked hands. "Well, I am a bit of a mess." There was her own blood, other people's blood, and zombie filth. She figured she must look like she had just crawled out of a bloodbath, which explained why these people were looking at her with such admiration and concern. She was still breathless. The high-intensity use of her ability was taking a toll. She felt dizzy and nauseous, and the ground seemed to be swaying. She smiled and waved them off, retreating to a relatively empty truck and struggling to pull off her filthy outer coat, tossing it aside. "Check everything, make sure the zombies are dead. Get some teams to clear the road and harvest the crystal core. Increase perimeter patrols, the unit will rest here." She squinted and saw Xu was still busy. Sitting on the ground, she took a towel and water from the farm. The white towel turned dirty instantly as she wiped her face. She folded it and wiped her sticky neck. The blood there was still warm. She carefully touched the top of her head above her left ear and pulled away a hand covered in blood, her brow furrowing deeply. She looked at her blood-stained fingers. Where the skin was visible, it was a sickly gray-green, and her nails were turning a grayish purple. Suddenly, her fingers doubled in her vision before merging back together. The edges of her hands blurred into a rainbow of light. She closed her eyes, the discomfort intensifying. Her vision went black in waves. She realized this wasn't just from overusing her ability. It was because the hole in her head hadn't been properly closed. "My God," she murmured to herself, quickly plucking a leaf and putting it in her mouth. Only then did she slowly begin to feel better. When the grenade exploded, several shards of steel had been blasted off the armored vehicle. One of them had hit her in the head. It was too fast, she should have dodged it. It wasn't just her head, her shoulder, arm, and back had also been caught in the blast. Her clothes were torn, but since they were black, the bloodstains weren't immediately obvious. Perhaps it was the widespread pain and her own self-confidence that had caused her to overlook the head wound, only giving it a cursory healing. After that, she had been too active, constantly using her ability. By the time she noticed, it had become quite serious. She pulled her knees up, rested her hands on them, and stared at the ground. Her dry, pale lips parted as she panted softly. Sweat dripped from her chin onto the ground. It took a full 10 seconds before she was certain the bleeding in her head had completely stopped and the symptoms were fading. She finally let out a long breath. It felt like she had just taken a walk through the gates of hell. She used another wet towel to clean herself up, washed her hands, and found a loose hat to wear. Only then did Xu rush over from a distance. He was walking so fast he was practically running, bringing a gust of wind with him. He was out of breath from worry. "Are you hurt? Is it serious?" He tried to take off her hat to see. "I thought I saw your head earlier." Bian Changxi looked at his face. It was resolute, cold, and filled with killing intent, yet his anxiety almost completely eroded his commanding aura. Didn't he realize many people were watching? She smiled. "I'm fine now. Don't look, my hair got singed." She wasn't lying. A patch of her hair had indeed been burned by the flames, charred into a mess like a bird's nest. She would definitely need a haircut when they got back. Xu looked at her suspiciously, not quite believing her. But then someone ran up and whispered a request. "Captain Gu, what should we do?" Some people were scratched by zombies. This was a major issue. Such serious situations rarely occurred before. Xu asked how many. 3. One was bitten, and 2 only had their skin broken. They're all conscious and acting like normal people. That was the tricky part. If they were near death or already turning, they could just be killed. But they were still fine. Of course, being injured by a zombie was everyone's greatest fear, and it was terrible for morale. Xu looked at Bian Changxi hesitantly. She smiled and said, "Go on." "I'm fine now." She watched Xu leave, feeling a momentary daze. Then she noticed a big guy with a face covered in blood staring at her blankly. She was startled for a second before recognizing him as the one who had headshotted the metal element zombie. Why was he here? "What's wrong?" Well, I wanted to ask if Miss Bian needs any help," he said sheepishly. "Because I saw you bleeding a lot." And her footsteps were weak, as if she were about to collapse. Bian Changxi looked at the flap of skin hanging off his face. It had been sliced by the ice on her wood thorn, and it looked gruesome dangling there. "I'm fine. Go take care of your face. It's terrifying." He touched his face blankly, hissed in pain, and tried to press the flesh back into place while grinning foolishly. "This little scratch is nothing." As soon as he let go, the flesh fell back down. Bian Changxi felt her skin crawl. It was strange, she could handle the most disgusting and horrific scenes, but this sight made her speechless. She felt a chill in her bones and immediately waved him away like a fly. "Go, go, go." Her look of disgust didn't upset the big guy. Instead, he found it surprisingly endearing. In the unit, everyone was rough, straightforward, and blunt. He grunted an eye, walked a few steps, then turned back and whispered, "Miss Bian, don't be upset. Our Captain Gu has no choice. Everyone needs him, you know." Bian Changxi froze. Her shoulders slowly slumped. Even an outsider can tell. Xu prioritized the unit's affairs first. Naturally, she felt a bit of a sting in her heart, but she also understood his character. If he had abandoned his command or ignored the members who were about to turn just to comfort her, he wouldn't be Major General Xu. He wouldn't be the man she loved. He was a soldier and a man of responsibility. This meant he would always have many ties. Like this journey north, he could have left easily on his own. There were plenty of people in the north. He didn't have to bring a whole foundation from here, especially since the vast majority were just ordinary people. By bringing such a large force, not only did he have much more work to do, but she would also be exhausted alongside him. Just like today's operation. Although it was never explicitly stated, she knew that today she was just one of the team members. He wouldn't give her special treatment, and when she was needed, she had no reason to hide in the back. With her solitary and independent personality, these ties and responsibilities were exactly what she liked least. But what could she do? She had chosen this man, so she naturally had to accept everything about him. If he wanted to look out only for himself, she would stay by his side. If he wanted to save the world, she would accompany him. No matter how many responsibilities or goals he had, she would help him carry them and work for him. Being together wasn't just about sweetness and warmth, it was about sharing burdens and standing side by side. Xu was worth it. She was also being slowly changed without realizing it. In the past, including her previous life, she used the wood element to save people mostly to prove her own value. In the apocalypse, a person without value found it very hard to survive. Even if she was thanked and felt happy, it wasn't so much because she had saved a leaf, but because of a different kind of sense of achievement. But after staying at the Jiang City Hospital for so long, her mindset had gradually shifted. Whether saving people brought benefits, helped ease his worries, or earned her gratitude and admiration, she slowly discovered that it was something she could feel genuine joy and pride in. And leaked today. If it had been before, she would never have fought so hard. No matter the situation, her own safety was always her first priority. But today, she had nearly put herself in mortal danger. If not for the sprout's leaves as a leaf-saving charm, she didn't know what would have happened if she had fainted just now. Who here could have saved her? It had all happened in an instant. She was gradually working toward Gu Shu's goals as if they were her own, taking care of his people as if they were her own subordinates. She was beginning to understand his thoughts and actions, integrating herself into his organization. Yet, at the same time, he clearly couldn't make her his absolute priority. When she had initially hesitated to accept him, she had considered this. He had too many things to do and too many people to care for. He was her only one, but the reverse was completely impossible. She knew this way of thinking was a bit warped, so she had always been restrained, never thinking too deeply about it. Unless a man was selfish, narrow-minded, and cowardly, what man would revolve solely around his partner? But the people he held in his heart were too deeply connected to him. Xiao Feng and the others nearby were one thing. She had at least gone through hardships with them. But that certain chief far away. She gave a bitter smile. She didn't understand his world at all. She didn't ask, and she didn't want to ask. She hoped that before facing those things, she could increase her weight by his side, bit by bit. She didn't want to be a mere appendage who had no say and was dispensable. With this mindset, she considered herself to be working hard. Everything had been fine before, but once they began a formal, organized operation, the problems surfaced. His first consideration could not be her. Today was just the beginning. In the future, in the capital, there would be other people and other things. Someone would appear who could give him orders and influence him, someone he respected immensely and would not disobey. Bian Changxi leaned against a truck wheel, holding up her hands and staring at them blankly. Sometimes she wondered what she really wanted. It wasn't hard to find a man whose eyes were only on her, who followed her every word, who was under her control, and who would follow her to the ends of the earth. But a man who could make her follow him with all her heart would never be someone who only thought of her. This was a contradiction, yet both had to be accepted at once. She even felt that her delay in revealing her two secrets was because she was waiting for the worst-case scenario in the future. She wanted to leave herself a way out, both psychologically and objectively. Until she reached the capital and saw the whole situation clearly, her heart could not be at peace. Gu Shu hadn't done anything wrong. He had already done very well. The problem was her own restless heart and her fear of the future. After a brief rest, Gu Shu arranged for a team to take the 10 most seriously injured people and the 3 who had been scratched and locked up back to the base. Those who needed treatment would get it, those who needed to say their final goodbyes would do so, and those who needed compensation and sympathy would receive it. He could not let this affect the overall situation. Fortunately, they were only about 10 kilometers out, and the return journey had already been cleared, so there should be no danger. As for the others, they reorganized and continued forward. Bian Changxi was a bit worried about whether the 3 zombie-to-be members could enter the base, but thinking about it, since Gu Shu said so, he must have his ways. This time she didn't dare be arrogant. She found a truck and sat in the passenger seat. The driver, coincidentally, was the big guy. Of course, it wasn't a coincidence. He had forced his way in. The truck was positioned in the middle of the convoy, a relatively safe spot. He started chatting away. "I heard you saved a soldier before, and he became your driver later, right?" Bian Changxi thought for a moment. He was talking about Zhang Bubai. "He is my driver now, but I didn't save his leaf. She had just given him some food. Hee, I came from the military too. I'm so jealous of that guy's luck." The big guy selectively heard only half the sentence. "I'm from the army too. My name is Chu Chi. Pretty funny name, right? Do you think you could take me on as a follower too? I can do chores, run errands, whatever. You saved my leaf after all. I'll be loyal to the death." Bian Changxi glanced at him. "You're already part of a unit. Everyone in the mobile force was handpicked. Why do you want to jump ship? Hee, it's not jumping ship, not jumping ship. I'm a content guy, very honest. Isn't it just because I see how brave and powerful you are, Miss Bian? In my leaf, Chu-Chi has always admired people like you. Hey, would an honest person flatter someone like that? She said, isn't Major Gunneral Gu also very powerful? He's much stronger than me. That's different. That's expected. How many years has Captain Gu trained? And if he weren't strong, could he be the boss? You're different. For a girl like you to achieve what you have today, your leaf must be full of legends. It could be written into a tragic, blood and tears cultivation novel. Now he was even using formal honorifics. Bian Changxi rolled her eyes toward the window. How did such an unreliable guy get into the glorious, elite mobile force? She naturally didn't agree to his request. She gave half-hearted answers to his various questions and ramblings. Fortunately, there weren't many opportunities for constant chatter on the road. Soon there was another battle, and soon it ended. Bian Changxi wasn't in top form, and Chu-Chi realized this. He tried his best to avoid getting caught in the heat of the fire, though this bordered on desertion, so whenever he was needed, he was the first to rush out and fight. Bian Changxi appreciated his care, and, considering her own condition, stuck to healing and clearing trash. The journey became relatively easy. After all, they were 5,000 elite soldiers and generals. As long as the situation wasn't ridiculously dangerous, they could usually pull through without major incident. By around 2 p.m., they had pushed to the final destination and saw the legendary small, narrow, thin, and dilapidated bridge. Bian Changxi looked at a stone monument by the bridge. Only then did she learn the bridge had a name. Yuantang Bridge. For a bridge crossing a river to have Tang, pond, in its name, it really lacked any sense of grandeur. Moreover, the water surface below was indeed narrow. The riverbank formed a natural bend, and with the 2 recreational areas extending from both sides and the trees, now dead, leaning the banks, this area looked exactly like a small river. While sitting and resting, Bian Changxi heard someone say that this was originally a branch of the river, and could indeed be called a river. It was the narrowest point for crossing. Someone asked, then won't everyone else want to come here? What if they collapse this bridge in the rush? Then let them go to the other bridges. There are plenty of bridges crossing the river. Some are as sturdy and grand as the one that was destroyed, but those are over 50 kilometers away. They might be controlled by other bases, and it's just not practical to get there. While they chatted, the men had already scouted the bridge, the area beneath it, and both banks. Gu Shu had them cross the bridge in small groups. He led the first team himself, with everyone carrying heavy weapons, while the following teams stayed close to provide support. Bian Changxi and the other space elementals were responsible for collecting the vehicles to transport them to the other side later. Since they carried the supplies, they were high-priority targets for protection. In truth, Bian Changxi didn't need to fight, but she didn't want to stay in logistics forever. They rested under the protection of a small group, watching the situation on the opposite bank. The opposite bank was a large entertainment venue, essentially a park. It had beautifully built fences, pavilions, stone tables and benches, sightseeing bicycles, and ornamental trees and flowers. There were even sightseeing boats in the water. Now, however, everything was silent and decaying, though the traces of past tragedies were still visible. The park was originally a nice place, but it was too close to the water. When the large force arrived, many strange aquatic creatures leaped from the dark water. Some could jump right in front of people's eyes, only to be cut down instantly. Beyond the park were leaky roads and houses, but they couldn't see clearly. They only heard the sound of battle, which started quickly and continued unabated. Bian Changxi knew it wouldn't be easy to find a suitable place for a camp. According to Gu Shu's plan, this camp had to be quite large, as all 8 brigades would eventually move here and stay for a while. They needed to avoid the bases where riots might occur, avoid the risk of not being able to cross the river, and wait for the snow on the roads to melt. With over 300,000 people, especially a temporary group, if they didn't find a way out soon, the team might lose control once chaos broke out. This was the difficulty of bringing a large force. After waiting for about an hour, the communicator of the person in charge here rang. He immediately waved his hand. Go. Bian Changxi ran in the middle of the group. From the bridge, she could see more clearly. Enormous, bizarre aquatic creatures lunged from beneath the black water. Some could leap right up to the bridge, only to be sliced in half. She took one look and then focused on the path beneath her feet. People were waiting to receive them at the park. They crossed the park and stepped onto the road. The street was filled with fresh zombie corpses, overturned vehicles, and snapped trees. The person receiving them said as they walked, "Stay away from those houses. They haven't been cleared yet, but the entrances and exits are blocked, so the zombies can't get out. We'll go to the camp first. It's a construction site by the road, a bit far from here." The construction site looked like it was intended for a residential community or a business center, but it had only reached the foundation stage. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but yellow earth. The encouraging part was its size. It was roughly as large as a medium-sized university campus. While it couldn't house all 320,000 people, it could easily accommodate 30 to 40,000. Currently, people were busy moving zombie corpses and clearing the grounds. Plenty of construction materials, including cranes and forklifts, were already on site, though most of the vehicles were rusted through with blown tires and were no longer functional. A perimeter wall made of steel and foam panels surrounded the area, and several people were testing its sturdiness. Even more were scouting the surrounding area to eliminate any lingering zombie threats. A coordinator approached the space element users and instructed them to arrange vehicles along the inner edge of the perimeter. The circle didn't need to be too large. These vehicles would serve as a secondary barrier, though an exit had to be left open. This man was one of the 3 commanders for this 5,000-person operation. 2 were in charge of combat, while he handled the complex construction tasks. Xu, as the captain, was the overall leader. The commander naturally recognized Bian Changxi. He politely asked her to bring out the engineering vehicles and construction materials needed to renovate the site. Once the site was slightly repaired, the sludge and stagnant water cleared, and the ground leveled and compacted, she followed his directions. She began placing houses at specific locations. These were large, heavy concrete structures, each containing 3 rooms. She placed 30 of these, followed by 50 smaller single-room bungalows and various other small structures. The onlookers watched in awe. It felt as if a city were rising from the ground in an instant. Seeing a small figure raise her hand and manifest a massive building after another, as if she were merely arranging cabbages, was a spectacular and somewhat terrifying sight. What they didn't know yet was that most of these houses were already stocked with daily necessities, including food, water, and clothing. They were ready for immediate move-in. Before she had gone to see Jiang City the previous day, she had visited the activity center and asked people to help set them up. Even the houses themselves had been moved from the storage of other space element users. There were over 200 rooms in total. Even at 5 people per room, that only accounted for a little over 1,000 people. To supplement this, she pulled out wooden planks and bricks she had hurriedly collected the day before. She had people lay them around the houses to serve as flooring for tents. It was far better than sleeping directly on the muddy ground. Building permanent structures wasn't feasible right now, but she could still bring in more prefabricated houses. After half a day of hard work, the place finally started to look like a camp. Outside the foam walls, they had placed numerous roadblocks made of sharpened wooden stakes and dug several pit traps. Inside the walls, guards with rifles were stationed on the vehicles at regular intervals. The image of a functional camp was finally taking shape. It was going more smoothly than expected. If they could set up a proper defensive wall over the next 2 days, it would truly be complete. Bian Changxi brought out a truckload of ingredients, and people began setting up large tents to cook. Before the food was even ready, Xu returned with his men. He announced that all threats within a 5-kilometer radius had been neutralized. Since the camp was now functional, he left 2,000 men to garrison the new site while the rest returned to the base. Before leaving, Bian Changxi left behind over 20 trucks of supplies. Each truck was tightly bound with thick tarps, making it impossible to see what was inside or unpack them without leaving a trace. The other space element users also released several trucks of supplies. This was all part of the plan, signaling that they would begin transferring resources starting today. They would either use their emptied space storage or continue moving supplies still held within the base. By the time they returned to the base villa, the sky was pitch black. This was likely Bian Changxi's most exhausting day yet. After scarfing down a few bites of food, she used the excuse of mental exhaustion to go upstairs and rest. She collapsed onto her soft bed for a while, then sluggishly crawled up and stared at the empty room. Milk wasn't there, and Xu had gone back to work without even stopping to see her. The 1st Brigade was scheduled to transfer early the next morning, so he would be even busier than today. She entered the farm and took a shower. She bagged her blood-stained clothes to be thrown out with the trash later. Then she brought out a chair, a table, and a large mirror. Tilting her head, she brushed aside her hair to examine the wound on her scalp. It looks terrible. The wound was about the size of a baby's fist. It was indented, with a long, thin gash in the center, likely caused by a sharp edge on whatever had hit her. The wound had mostly healed, but it was still damp and painful. Several strands of hair were stuck in it. The surrounding hair was a dark brown, matted and stiff from dried blood. What a failure. I've let myself get so pathetic. She found some iodine and alcohol and used cotton balls to clean the wound. She winced in pain. Her main goal was to get the hair out. As for the wound itself, as long as it wasn't fatal, her constitution would ensure a slow recovery. Eventually, the pain became too much, and she gave up. She used wet cotton to slowly wash the blood from the surrounding strands. What she couldn't wash out, she simply snipped away along with the singed hair. By the time she finished, her stomach was growling. She went to the nearby vegetable patch, picked a ripe, bright red tomato, gave it a quick wipe, and bit into it. Looking at the lush, vibrant garden, the unevenly growing rice, the second-season wheat, the white cotton blossoms, and the sturdy oil trees, plus the lively animals on the other bank, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Drowsiness washed over her. She set an alarm and fell asleep right there under the artificial sun. The base at night was anything but quiet. Almost every faction was active, some even reaching a boiling point. Those who had already lost faith in the base's future and wanted to leave were one thing. But even those who had planned to stay and observe, those who were confident the base could survive, could no longer sit still. The main bridge was destroyed. Their primary escape route was gone, and it was likely sabotage. This sparked massive panic. They weren't like Xu, who could handpick the best people and had thousands of space storage devices. He could even use a warship as a stepping stone if the bridge was gone. Only 3 small bridges remained. This meant many of their large, heavy vehicles and equipment couldn't be taken. Even if they retreated, as Xu had said, they would have to cross one vehicle at a time. It would be agonizingly slow. Even if space element users moved the vehicles, how many space users did the smaller factions have? How much capacity did they have? How many trips would it take, and what were the risks? If all the bridges were eventually destroyed, they would have to travel 50 kilometers away to try their luck elsewhere, or risk their lives trying to row across the river. Every issue was a matter of life and death. It left leaders of all sizes gray-haired with worry, their hearts racing with anxiety. Yesterday hadn't been this intense, either because many didn't know the bridge was destroyed or didn't realize the severity of the situation. But today, as Gu Shu led his team out, countless eyes were watching. By evening, news finally leaked. Gu Shu had successfully opened a path and even established a base on the other side. They knew this not just because of the discrepancy in the number of people who left and returned, but because the departure of the 1st Brigade was impossible to hide. Gu Shu's rapid action drew sneers from some who thought he was cowardly, while others wondered if they could replicate his success. Regardless, it created a profound sense of urgency. The more astute observers saw a deeper crisis. If everyone tried to move at once in a few days, it would be a chaotic scramble for the remaining bridges. Who would actually make it across? He has no regard for the big picture. Does he not realize how much panic this will cause in the base? In a grand villa in Sector A, a white-haired, stern-looking old man spoke angrily in a meeting room. That brat is selfish. When we get to the capital, I'm definitely going to report him to Elder Fu. Zhu Yiming secretly glanced at the old pedant with disdain. Should we just sit still and die together for the sake of the big picture? He turned to the middle-aged man, sitting with a blanket over his legs. Chief, I believe Gu Shu has foresight. Imagine if the base falls into chaos, it will be nearly impossible to move. There are more than 300,000 people counting on you. If things go to hell, it's that Gu kid's responsibility. The old man snapped. Someone nearby sneered. Why don't you go find Gu Shu and drag him back to take responsibility then, Minister Song? Minister Song's neck stiffened. Though he didn't speak, his expression showed that was exactly what he was thinking. The man who had mocked him snorted and turned to the middle-aged man, Gu Jianhua. Chief Xiaozhu is right. We must start preparing. Our scouts reported that the Zhuzhe faction started preparing a month ago, yet we've done nothing. If they leave first, with their aggressive momentum, they'll take all the advantages, the best roads, the best bridges. And if they follow Gu Shu's lead and occupy all the strategic spots for camps, we'll be in trouble. It was clear from his tone that while he agreed they needed to leave, he looked down on Gu Shu for fleeing at the first sign of trouble and setting up a camp. He even felt that Gu Shu taking the good spots was a slight against them. Zhu Yiming didn't pick up on that nuance. Seeing that someone agreed, he hurriedly added, if we evacuate, the issue of supplies is paramount. Gu Shu once invited me to join his team. Although he didn't say it explicitly, they definitely have a way to handle supplies. Given how decisively he's acting, he must have a system for transferring them. We could ask him for help. He wanted you to join his team. Minister Song shrieked in a strange tone, pointing a finger at Zhu Yiming as if he were a traitorous spy. Zhu Yiming's face darkened. What do you mean by that, Minister Song? I didn't agree. But you must have hinted at it, Minister Song said, as if having an epiphany. Oh, I heard you two are quite close, always acting friendly. I see you've been preparing to abandon the organization for a long time. Zhu Yiming stood up abruptly. Minister Song, you can't just throw accusations around. Do you have any proof? Zhu Yiming was a large, imposing man. When he grew angry, his eyes bulged and the veins in his neck popped, creating a truly intimidating sight. Minister Song was instantly silenced. The man who had previously mocked Minister Song stood up as well. All right. Minister Song's words were indeed inappropriate, but Xiaozhu, you're being too impulsive. The chief is right here. If there's any unfairness, the chief will decide. How can you just stand up and act out like that? He paused, suppressing the faint glint of greed in his eyes, and adopted an air of righteous benevolence. However, since Gu Shu is on good terms with you, I think we really can seek cooperation. Their 300,000 people are too few, and most are civilians. I doubt they'll make it far on the road. Our military alone matches that number. Talk to him. Suggest he merges with us. We'll provide security, and they'll handle the supplies. Isn't that a perfect way to complement each other's strengths? He slapped his palms together as if his idea was brilliant, then looked to Gu Jianhua for approval. What do you think, Chief? Gu Jianhua had been resting with his eyes closed during their argument, appearing calm and detached. Now, he opened his eyes and looked at the man. Old Hu has a point. How about this? You draft a report first. If we cooperate, what are our obligations? What are theirs? Who holds the command and control? List it all out. Once we've finalized the terms, we can bring it to their table. This. Old Hu's face twitched. He's just a minor major general leading a ragtag bunch. They'd be lucky to cling to us. Is such formality necessary? Gu Jianhua's eyelids lifted, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through a person. He chuckled. Being mercenary again, are we? He may be a major general, but you have to look at whose faction he comes from. Go on. If I talk to him, I might not have enough leverage. You've got the guts, so I'll leave this matter to you. Commander, this. Gu Jianhua waved his hand dismissively. The men had no choice but to withdraw. He kept Zhu Yiming behind. These sleepery characters. Their heads are full of schemes. They won't lift a finger unless there's profit in it. They're surely planning to calculate against someone again. He sighed heavily, looking like a hero in his twilly years. It's only been a few months, and already there's no order, no spirit. Mark my words, this million-strong army in Xu City is going to fall apart. Seeing his helplessness and sorrow, Zhu Yiming felt a pang of sadness. He wanted to offer comfort, but didn't know what to say. Gu Jianhua waved a hand and looked toward the north. He said wistfully, I wonder what the situation is at the general staff. I wonder if they can still preserve our last fierce military soul. Zhu Yiming said in a low voice, you'll know once you see it for yourself. Don't worry, Chief. We will definitely reach the capital safely. At this moment, he finally understood. The chief wanted to return to the capital. They had all come from there. What child doesn't miss their mother? What traveler doesn't long for their homeland? No matter what, he had to get the chief back. His fighting spirit surged. He donned his military cap, gave a sharp salute, and turned to leave, his footsteps quick and powerful. Gu Jianhua turned back, staring at the direction he had left. He said to the guard behind him, go check on Ah Han. This guard wasn't the honest, simple old guard from before, but a refined young man. He respectfully complied. As he walked, he thought to himself. Minister Song shouted like a crude old fool, but he was just jealous that Gu Shu got the head start and wanted to snatch some benefits. He only succeeded in looking unrefined and lawless. Minister Hu was indirect, playing the peacemaker while trying to get something for nothing, only to have the hot potato he threw out land right back in his own hands. Meanwhile, Commander Gu said almost nothing, just sighed a few times, and he moved the heart of the one person who can actually get things done. That's what you call using a feather to move a mountain. The old fox was indeed an old fox. However, if everyone's mind was occupied with such things, even a million-strong army would be squandered. He suddenly thought of that Major General Gu. He heard that Gu Shu hadn't even taken all of Jiang City's military. He only planned to take a portion, and had integrated them entirely into the civilian population. The entire group didn't even use a military designation, they had become a civilian convoy. That's interesting. I'd really like to meet this young Fu faction, Major General. Sector A was brightly lit. Every truly powerful person there was considering the same things. Their individual motives varied wildly, but they all revolved around a few key points. Gu Shu and Xiao Feng had discussed this and decided on a single strategy. Respond to all changes with constancy. If someone came knocking, they would deal with it then. They had only one goal: to take the people they needed and leave this place safely. 6 hours in the farm was less than 3 hours outside. When Bian Changxi woke up, she felt refreshed, though her head was still a bit dizzy and she was very hungry. She peeked outside. It was only a little after 10 p.m. The villa was quiet. She didn't know if the others hadn't returned or were asleep, but Xu definitely wasn't back. The scheduled time to load supplies was 3 a.m. Since it was still early, she slipped back into the farm. She pulled out a set of cooking utensils and made herself a simple but fresh, hot meal on a single-burner gas stove. After eating her fill, she looked at the leftovers and felt a bit regretful that milk wasn't by her side. It's strange. Where did Xu take milk? It was partly her fault. After the little guy had played third wheel a few days ago, he'd been kicked out. The next day, Xu said he was taking him for special training. She knew he was just venting his frustration, but she found it funny and didn't call him out on it. As a result, the training sessions kept coming. At first, milk came back once a day, then once every 2 or 3 days. Now, she hadn't seen him in several days. I really miss him. He should be okay, right? She dumped the leftovers into the chicken coop. The chickens were already on their 3rd generation. She had slaughtered the 1st generation long ago. She'd eaten a few and kept the rest in the warehouse in freezer bags. She had also culled quite a few of the 2nd generation. Now, there were about 20 large 2nd generation chickens and over 100 fluffy 3rd generation chicks. This was even after she had collected many eggs. Once the 3rd generation grew a bit more, she'd have to cull half of the 2nd generation again, or they'd run out of space. She didn't leak the ducks much. They were noisy, ate a lot, and made a mess. Plus, she thought duck eggs weren't as tasty as chicken eggs, even if they were supposedly more nutritious. Currently, there were only 2 2nd-generation ducks and about a dozen 3rd-generation ones. They shared 2 sheds with the chickens, played together during the day, and went to their respective homes at night. After feeding the poultry, she went to check on the geese. She treasured the 2 adult geese. The mother goose had hatched a clutch of eggs, and now a group of fuzzy little goslings followed their parents around their little yard, waddling back and forth. She had fenced off an area next to the duck pond for them to splash in, but since the goslings were still small, she didn't let them run on the grass yet. The yellow cow, the dairy cow, the lamb, and the 2 dim-witted local dogs were all doing well. She didn't check on them individually. Instead, she went to the garden to harvest ripe vegetables. She picked a basket each of large and cherry tomatoes. She didn't grow a huge variety, but handling everything personally was becoming tedious and exhausting. Until she could harvest using her mental power, she didn't plan on planting anything else. I really wish I had someone to help me look after this place, she thought lazily while snacking on a cherry tomato. She didn't even want to look at the fields of rice and wheat. She tossed the basket aside, grabbed a cushion, sat cross-legged, and began using her power to heal her wound. Time ticked by. When she finally left the farm, it was 2 a.m. She couldn't fall back to sleep, so she got dressed and prepared to head out. She knocked on the door to Xu's study. Confirming no one was there, she tiptoed downstairs, only to find Aunt Zhao busy in the kitchen. Aunt Zhao. Changxi. Why are you up so early? It's not time yet. I've had enough rest. What are you doing? Aunt Zhao looked at the bowls, plates, and pots on the counter. I'm organizing things. We might leave at any moment, and it'll be too late to pack then. There's no need to take all this, is there? We can find these things anywhere. You can't say that, Aunt Zhao lectured immediately. Don't look at these as worthless or space-consuming. They might not help kill zombies, but when you really need to eat, when you need a specific pot to cook something, and you find you don't have the right tool, you'll have a headache. Of course, it won't be you having the headache, it'll be the person cooking. Bian Changxi smiled. She used to be the type who had to have everything prepared before a trip. That was why, on the road to the base, she rarely lacked for anything. Lately, since she didn't have to handle the meals and had a fixed place to leave, she had almost forgotten that feeling. She understood Aunt Zhao's sentiment perfectly. After a moment's thought, she pulled out a ring-shaped space storage device. Most space devices were made into rings, Only when the design didn't fit would they be made into bracelets or necklaces. Aunt Zhao, take this. Use it to store whatever you need now. That way, we can leave instantly when the time comes. Is this? Oh my, a space device. Working as a housekeeper here, Aunt Zhao knew as much as anyone. She had seen Bian Changxi give space devices to the others. At the time, she thought they were practical and incredibly thoughtful inventions. She never expected to receive one herself just a few days later. How can I take this? It's so valuable. No matter how valuable, it's nothing to me. Bian Changxi pushed it back. This ring is a bit special. The quality is definitely Class A, but the capacity is too small, only 50 square meters, so it was categorized as Class B. But the craftsmanship is excellent, and I thought it looked pretty, so I took it. I haven't used it, so it's perfect for you. Class A devices were of the highest quality, with a capacity of over 200 square meters. They were reserved for important figures and essential items. Highest quality meant they were permanent and durable. They wouldn't break even if subjected to explosions, hammers, water, or fire. Though extreme testing wasn't common, good products were meant to be cared for. Lower quality devices weren't necessarily fragile, but they were subject to wear and tear. Once the wear reached a certain point, they would collapse. This lifespan was calculated based on normal usage parameters and measured in years. Class B devices were of good quality, permanent, or lasting over 10 years, but had a capacity under 200 square meters. These were the most common. Class C was lower quality, 5 to 10 years, but still had decent space. There was also Class D, which had flaws in both quality and space, 3 to 5 years. The lowest was Class E, where the space was unstable regardless of size, lasting about a year. Anything that tested under a year was recycled. These weren't leaked clothes that could still be worn when old. These were containers for survival supplies. If you woke up and found the device broken, everything inside would be lost. The ones Bian Changxi had given to Bai Heng and Bian Quang were standard Class A. However, Class A devices were limited in number, and even she couldn't distribute them at will. She just happened to have those two on her at the time to compare with the gifts she gave Xu and his core team. Those were super Class A, indestructible regardless of external force and immune to wear. The one she gave Aunt Zhao was the highest quality but smallest capacity among the Class B devices, a bit of an oddity. She had found its petite size charming and asked for it. After convincing Aunt Zhao to accept it and watching her happily plan how to use those 50 square meters, Bian Changxi smiled. She put on her hat to leave, then suddenly turned back. Aunt Zhao, are the others not here? No, they aren't. Shadow and the others haven't been back. The others came and went, and even Annan was called out to help. Captain Gu did come back, though. He asked about you. I told him you barely ate before going to rest. He said if you were sleeping soundly and didn't wake up by 3, I shouldn't wake you. He wanted you to have a good rest tomorrow. Aunt Zhao stepped out and looked at her closely under the lead. Captain Gu seemed very worried about you. Are you all right, Changxi? I'm fine, just tired. I feel great now. Are you hungry? I have some porridge warming on the stove. No thanks, I'm not hungry. I'm heading out now. She pushed open the small side gate. Manpower was tight now. Even the guards outside the villa had been halved. These were all trusted confidants who were needed for more important tasks. If they weren't afraid of saboteurs, they might have deployed everyone. For those on duty here, it was practically a rest period. The two shifts rotated daily. The guards nodded to her in greeting. Seeing her leaving, they offered to escort her. Considering the late hour and the sensitive political climate, Bian Changxi realized she might not be able to handle a sudden accident on her own, so she graciously accepted. Passing through the checkpoints along the way, she used her black card to clear them easily. Soon, the car arrived at the large warehouse of the Activity Center's inspection department. The area outside the warehouse was empty and quiet, with shadows flickering in the corners. Once they recognized her, they immediately announced her arrival over the radio. A moment later, Pei Chusan came trotting out on his short legs. "Miss Bian, so early." "We aren't ready yet." He was exhausted, his forehead dripping with sweat from the busy work. Bian Changxi walked toward the warehouse. "It's fine. Stick to the schedule. I just came to see if I could help." The warehouse was brightly lit, filled with rows of houses. People were divided into groups, assembling specific quantities and types of supplies from the piles of items nearby and arranging them inside the houses. Pei Chusan said, "The houses here and in the 2 adjacent warehouses are already organized. They were moved here by space element users and from other storage devices. The number still isn't enough, though. In the other warehouses, the craftsmen are working overtime to build wooden houses, foam houses, brick houses, and even steel frame structures." The idea of using prefabricated houses for the journey had been a random thought of Bian Changxi's. Although it had been implemented, she hadn't taken it very seriously herself. After all, people could sleep in cars or set up tents. Houses were nice, but it was impossible for everyone to live in one. There weren't enough space users or devices, and in an emergency, there wouldn't be time to pack them all away. Besides, there weren't many flat, open spaces on the road to place houses, and being too comfortable during the journey wasn't necessarily a good thing. So these houses were long-distance buses, reserved for the elderly, children, the injured, or those who had performed exceptionally well. Because of this, production had been low. But now, they were building a camp in what was essentially the open wilderness. They needed proper houses to maintain appearances. If the camp looked like a sprawling, messy slum of tents, it would be an eyesore and a blow to morale. They couldn't risk losing heart before the journey even began. That was why they were rushing to build houses. Perhaps in a couple of days, Xu would move the craftsmen to the camp so they could build openly. Here they had to stay cramped in the warehouse, working in secret. Bian Changxi watched for a while and nodded. "Where are the organized ones? I'll collect them now to clear some space for you." Pei Chusan nodded vigorously. The lack of space was exactly the problem. People were practically on top of each other, and even in the cold, the warehouse was stiflingly hot. 2 space users came and took 2 warehouses worth. "Are you taking everything now?" "Of course." Bian Changxi fleeked her vines. With a few swift movements, all the houses vanished. Pei Chusan swallowed hard. The 2 space users from earlier had looked strained after clearing just 1 warehouse each. After all, 1 warehouse covered 500 or 600 square meters. One of them had to move things in and out just to get the positioning right, worried he wouldn't have enough room. If everyone were as bold and efficient as Bian Changxi, then. Incredible. Truly incredible. He couldn't help but ask Miss Bian, "Just how large is your space?" "Not that large. Just under 6,000 square meters. I can fit about 9 or 10 warehouses like this." She paused. "But I have to carry other things too. Even if you gave me 10 warehouses, I couldn't actually take them all." To perform her duties, she had cleared out as much of her existing inventory as possible. Of course, this was for show, to make it seem like her capacity was only 6,000. Since the 4 apparent warships couldn't be shown, they already occupied nearly 4,000 square meters, leaving her with limited usable space. However, she estimated the warships would be put to use today. Oh, that's already amazing. She waited at the inspection department for the remaining houses to be stocked. Around 3 a.m., Pei Chusan's communicator rang. He had finally sat down to rest, but the moment he heard Major General Gu, he snapped to attention, his back straight and his expression deeply respectful as he complied with the orders. Bian Changxi found it quite funny. This man was quite a character. After Pei Chusan hung up, Bian Changxi's own communicator rang. It was Xu. She answered as she walked outside. "I'm at the warehouse. We're almost done here." She heard a soft sigh of relief on the other end. His voice was low and apologetic. "You went anyway. I heard you were quite badly injured." "I'm sorry. I was too busy during the day." Bian Changxi froze for a moment. "I didn't say anything myself. I should have noticed on my own." She didn't know how to respond. "Who told you?" "Juchi." She chuckled. "That guy is a real character. How did you recruit him?" Likely remembering something, Gushu laughed too. "He's capable. And he's Chu Nan's distant granduncle. The two of them are cut from the same cloth. Oh, no wonder they have the same surname. He even wanted to be my sidekick. The seniority doesn't even match up." Although she wasn't close to Chu Nan, they were technically of the same generation. "So what do you think?" "No thanks. He's a chatterbox. Actually, Zhang Bubai is a chatterbox too when he relaxes. If those two start talking together, my ears will be the ones suffering. He'll be heartbroken." They both fell silent, listening to each other's breathing. Then he said softly, "Changxi, I'm sorry. Sometimes I might not be able to look after you." "I know. I've known for a long time. I'm prepared for it." Bian Changxi looked up at the faint crescent moon. Suddenly, all the things she had been calculating and agonizing over didn't seem important anymore. As long as he was devoted to her, what else mattered? She had been walking into a dead end. She had been demanding too much. A soft smile touched her lips, and her voice was like a gentle breeze over a field. "I don't blame you. I understand. It's just that sometimes. You know, I don't have the best personality." "No, you're good enough. I'm the one who isn't good enough." Bian Changxi let out a soft laugh, her eyes shimmering. "Fine, I'll accept the compliment. Go do what you need to do. As long as you have me in your heart, I'll support whatever you do. I'll work hard too." Click. She hurriedly hung up, her hand flying to her chest. Her heart was racing. It was a terrifying speed, almost like a palpitation. It was the first time she had spoken so bluntly. But even after saying it, her heart felt full, as if something were about to overflow. Even the air felt sweet and intoxicating. She finally felt like she was truly in love. Under the same crescent moon in another location, Gu Shu held his communicator for a long time, even as the dial tone hummed in his ear. That voice, trying to stay calm, not particularly sweet or soft, but exceptionally clear and firm, seemed to linger by his ear. It was so gentle, yet it made his chest swell with emotion. He had never felt such a powerful urge to hold someone tightly. Chu Qi had exaggerated her condition, making it sound severe. In that moment, his heart had constricted. Regret and heartache had nearly stolen his breath. He was worried she was angry, and even more worried that something had happened to her. He hadn't dared to ask, becoming uncharacteristically cowardly. Until she admitted her unhappiness, but with a touch of awkwardness, a bit of shyness, and a hint of pride, told him she would support him. He felt that all the support he had received in his leaf didn't weigh as much as that soft sentence. "Shu." Perhaps he had been standing still for too long, as Xiao Feng called out to him from behind. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions and suppressing his impulses. He wasn't the type to abandon his duties for personal feelings. He put away his communicator and turned back. No need to send more people to the inspection department. While waiting for the houses, Bian Changxi went to another location to collect vehicles, trucks fully loaded with supplies. Although she had stored many supplies previously, she had returned them to the warehouse to maintain the illusion of limited space capacity. Those supplies had since been recategorized, allocated, and reloaded onto trucks. Because the situation had changed, these supplies would be moved from here to there and would spend several nights under the watchful eyes of various people. Therefore, everything on the trucks had to be inventoried. This was not only for better management, but also to deter anyone with ill intentions. This task involved reloading, numbering the vehicles with license plates and sealing them with tarps. The 20-plus trucks Bian Changxi had placed at the camp yesterday had come from this process. The person in charge of this was Hong Chunling. Miss Bian. Hong Chunling, exuding a capable aura, stepped out of the factory building. Of the 100 trucks, only the last few are left. These are all critical resources. 70 trucks of high-calorie food, 20 trucks of weapons and firearms, and 10 trucks of medical equipment and medicine. Here is the manifest. Take a look, then go inside to verify. If everything is correct, please sign for us. She was as direct as ever, never wasting a moment. Bian Changxi felt a bit helpless. Sister Hong, your work first, small talk is a waste of leaf style is almost too much for me to handle. Everyone working with Hong Chunling, who was younger than her, called her sister Hong. Bian Changxi used the term out of respect for the woman's resilience, perseverance, and her mountain-like love for her family. Hong Chunling smiled. You say you can't handle it. Everyone knows how selfless and focused you are when researching your abilities. That's what's truly impressive. Is that so? Is that what people are saying? They entered the factory building. This place was an old factory, but they were only using one of the halls. Rows of freight trucks were parked neatly inside. Hong Chunling asked, "Can you fit them all?" "I can." Bian Changxi turned to look at the nearby sheds and factory buildings, which were glowing with light. The sounds of sewing machines, fabric being cut, and other industrial noises drifted out. She asked, "Are the women working over there?" "Yes. Since the night before last, they've been working around the clock." It's not just the women, there are elderly people and children too. Even with shifts, there are more people than workbenches. Many people just bring a small stool and sit in the corners or hallways, working with a needle and thread for half the day. Hong Chunling also admired their passion and energy. Most of it is manual processing, rushing to make uniforms from special materials, waterproof mats, cutting tent fabric, making specialized boots for the march, oversized ergonomic backpacks, and so on. Everything needed for the road. Once we leave here, they won't have such a spacious and comfortable place to work. She suddenly lowered her voice. Because this happened so suddenly, these people are terrified the military will abandon them. And those who originally didn't plan to leave are now looking for any way to join the convoy. She sighed. I'm not from Jiang City, so I've been relatively left alone. But some of my colleagues are being begged for favors every day. I think they're about to lose their minds. When you think about it, they're all pitiful people. If it weren't for her own decent abilities, her luck in being helped by Chu Hao, being noticed by Gu Shu, and the small favors she had done for Bian Changxi, she wouldn't have this position. Let alone being able to bring 3 family members, along with a major organization. Every time she thought about it, she felt a lingering fear, followed by a dreamlike sense of happiness. Bian Changxi paused. Are they just asking for favors? This isn't under my jurisdiction. And those who refused to leave before might not be accepted now. If we start making exceptions, won't we just become a refugee camp? There are plenty of capable people out there, they don't necessarily have to follow us. Even among those staying behind, there was no shortage of talent. Gu Shu hadn't forced anyone when recruiting. If someone was even slightly reluctant to join, he wouldn't push. Those people could become the backbone of the population left behind. Although he hadn't said it, Bian Changxi knew he had considered this. True, but they don't have the organization and capability we do, nor do they have the decisiveness and benevolence of our leader. Hong Chunling looked at her. Major General Gu is an excellent leader. He is. After collecting the 100 trucks, Bian Changxi returned to the inspection department to pick up the remaining houses. It was already nearly 4 a.m. She then drove toward the residential area. When the teams were formed, for the sake of convenience during assembly, everyone in a brigade, except for specialized personnel, lived in the same area. The 1st Brigade was mostly concentrated in one sector of the Jiang City residential district. When Bian Changxi arrived, the area was buzzing with activity. White and yellow lights, car horns, broadcasts, and the movement of people in shadows created a busy, unique scene under the night sky. It announced to the world that a massive, albeit somewhat rushed and messy, migration, or rather, a struggle for survival, was about to begin. Hardly anyone in the nearby residential areas was sleeping. People were at their doors or leaning out of windows, hair disheveled and in pajamas, watching everything with wide eyes. The scene was a bit chaotic. Before Bian Changxi even reached the center, she heard screams and cries. She frowned. Although things were rushed, the organization had sent people to explain the situation. Most people should be eager to leave. Why is this happening? She stopped the car. In the beam of her headlights, several people were scuffling. One person broke free and came stumbling toward her, shouting murder. These insane monsters want us to be a suicide squad. Bian Changxi's face darkened. She opened the door, stepped out, and took 2 quick strides. With a shoulder throw, she slammed the man to the ground. The pursuers caught up and grabbed the man. Someone who recognized Bian Changxi called out her name in surprise. She nodded, not caring who the man was, and asked what happened. This guy was spreading rumors to smear us. He actually managed to incite dozens of people, making our work quite difficult. Major General Gu is currently interrogating his family in the courtyard. It looks like they're getting somewhere. Bian Changxi walked with them. In a large courtyard, Gu Shu's powerful voice resonated through the murky light and shadows. Spreading rumors for petty gain, creating leads out of nothing. Delaying our workers is one thing, but delaying everyone is unforgivable. Look at the time we're in. It's the apocalypse. The government is paralyzed, order has collapsed, and most humans, animals, and plants have turned into man-eating monsters. You all know how harsh the environment outside is. If disaster strikes and we haven't retreated north, it will be total annihilation. Every second is critical right now, yet this man dared to try and stall our progress. I ask you. He pointed at the man who had been brought in, but his eyes landed on Bian Changxi, who had just entered. Some brother acting as the leading technician professionally swung the spotlight onto the culprit, but the massive circle of light caught Bian Changxi as well. Under the stark white light, she was vividly clear. Her soft black hair, her face so pale it was almost translucent, and her delicate features made her look like a finely carved crystal. Her dark pupils shimmered. She couldn't help but squint under the light, turning her face slightly away like a daisy curled by the wind, making one instinctively want to shield her in their palms. His eyes darkened. He stared at her, pausing for a second or two before continuing. I ask you, how can such behavior be forgiven? Whether we are forcing you to die or leading you to safety, think clearly for yourselves. If you are still afraid or worried, you can choose not to go. We will never force you. But please, do not waste everyone's time. After finishing this stern speech, Xiao Feng took over with some comforting words. Then, in front of everyone, they displayed the man and his family under the light, reiterating their malicious actions and confessions. They were expelled from the team, and verbal rules were established for punishing similar situations in the future. The scene finally stabilized. The squad leaders began distributing boarding passes and forming small-scale liens, while space element users went from house to collect luggage. Buses pulled up on the road outside. It seemed they were arranging for people to board right here. Bian Changxi stepped aside, searching the crowd. She only saw the side of his silhouette as people approached him for instructions. He was like a stabilizing force. She noticed that everyone there, whether civilians or staff maintaining order, would glance toward him from time to time. It was as if his presence made the chaotic scene orderly, calming people's anxieties and giving them confidence. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She was about to find something to do when she felt a light breeze beside her. The The man who had been far away just a moment ago was now right next to her. Seeing her startled expression, his gaze seemed intense enough to burn. Without a word, he grabbed her hand and led her quickly away. Around a corner and into a narrow alley, it was pitch black with no one in sight. Bian Changxi's eyes widened. "Where are we going?" "Gu." Meh. He suddenly turned, his tall frame pressing her against the wall. He wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, his cool lips pressing against her somewhat dry ones. The mere touch ignited a fire, and his movements became urgent and demanding. Bian Changxi's mind went blank. Her eyes were open, but she saw nothing. Her hands, which had been hanging in the air, instinctively wrapped around his lean, powerful body. She tilted her head back slightly to receive his storm-leak kiss. Perhaps her submissiveness made him realize something, or perhaps he remembered where they were. His movements gradually became gentle, like a soothing caress that made her heart flutter with an uncontrollable itch. They savored each other's ragged breathing for a long time before finally pulling apart slightly. Xu looked at her with burning eyes, then looked at the top of her head. "Where is it?" Bian Changxi blinked, not reacting for a moment. It wasn't until he brushed her hair that she realized, my hat fell off. "Don't. It's just a small wound." Xu acted as if he hadn't heard her. With a flick of his hand, a flashlight appeared, and he aimed it at the top of her head. "Bian Changxi." I shouldn't have given him that space device. "Over here, this spot. It's almost healed." The wound was indeed mostly healed, but the redness, swelling, and signs of trauma were still clearly visible. Just thinking about the situation at the time made one's heart race with fear. Then there was the unevenly cut hair, and the bits of dried blood that hadn't been fully cleaned. His gaze was heavy. He remained tense for a moment before letting out a sigh and gently pulling her into his arms. "Tell me next time. At least I can give you a haircut. Look at how you've hacked it." She glared at him. "Who cares how I cut it? I'm not the one looking at it. Precisely because I'm the one looking at it, I have to take responsibility." "This is an eyesore," he said in a helpless tone. Bian Changxi was angry enough to want to stomp on his foot, but a moment later, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She gave him a push. "All right, you're in the middle of serious business, and you suddenly run off. Is this okay? Where's your professional ethics?" Xu saw that she could still laugh and talk, and her complexion and spirit seemed good. Only then did he finally relax. He lowered his head to press against her, holding her hands, and said with certainty, "You were watching me." Bian Changxi froze, her face turning bright red. She looked away. "Plenty of people were watching you. When you watch me, I can't help myself." Bian Changxi's face grew even redder. "Stop it. Be serious." Xu enjoyed seeing her flustered, but he knew better than to push her too far. He laughed, picked up her hat, and carefully placed it back on her head. "Is it okay without a bandage?" "It's fine. Bandaging it would mean shaving a patch of my scalp. How ugly would that be? Don't worry, I won't find you repulsive. Go away." They returned to the courtyard. Xu pointed to the space element users collecting items and said to Bian Changxi, "See that? I got the inspiration from you." Collecting their luggage centrally not only makes boarding and disembarking easier, but it also saves space. Bian Changxi thought for a moment and realized he was referring to when she had collected the luggage for Bai Heng and the others. That wasn't a particularly fond memory. She rolled her eyes. "You call that inspiration. However, speaking of which, have you returned Zhuge Qian yet?" "Not yet. We'll wait until we've completely evacuated." "Will Zhuge Yunma allow that? And who was behind that troublemaker just now?" "It's always the same few people. It doesn't matter if we investigate." As for Zhuge Yunma, Xu said he's certainly been restless. His little schemes behind the scenes have increased again. It seems he no longer cares about the son. So what do we do? Find something for the father and son to do. Bian Changxi blinked. Although she didn't quite understand, she didn't ask further. The light in front of her dimmed as a figure suddenly blocked her path. Excuse me, are you Miss Bian? Yes. It really is you. We heard you might come, but I didn't expect. The girl was very excited, though Bian Changxi wasn't sure if it was because of her or the man standing next to her. The girl was blushing and stealing frequent glances at Xu. A few of our comrades from the logistics team haven't arrived yet. Could you help us collect the people's supplies? Just their luggage. Bian Changxi glanced sideways at Xu. In the mix of night and artificial light, his tall figure and exceptional aura were striking. His handsome face, half hidden in the shadows, looked even more mysterious and captivating. His dark pupils reflected the light on the surface, but beneath lay a depth as unfathomable as the ocean, the kind that made people sink into it. When she looked at him, he happened to look down as well. Their gazes met, and she saw a hint of playful amusement in his eyes. It was as if seeing her get jealous was a source of great pleasure for him. Bian Changxi gritted her teeth and shot him a glare, giving the edge of his palm a sharp pinch before turning to the girl. All right. That's what I came here for anyway. She was led to the side of the courtyard, beneath an old apartment building. Over 100 people were gathered there. The girl introduced the situation. Members of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads of the 3rd company leave in this building. This is the 1st squad. Everyone, please weigh your luggage and bring it over for us to collect. The luggage was mostly packed in cardboard boxes, duffel bags, or buckets, all tightly sealed. A family's belongings would be bundled together and placed on a large scale. A clerk would record the squad, name, and weight, then assign a unified ID number and attach a tag. Simultaneously, the data would be entered into their identity cards. If a family had one pile of luggage, it only needed to be entered into one person's card. This was to ensure they could successfully reclaim their luggage at the camp. Once this was done, the luggage would be brought to Bian Changxi. She simply had to collect it. She also held a temporary magnetic card that would record the IDs of the luggage she collected. This wasn't just for her. Every member of the logistics team had to follow this procedure to prevent theft or being falsely accused of theft. The regular staff had the data recorded directly onto their identity cards as a permanent record of their work and credibility. Bian Changxi was only doing this temporarily and had a special status, so her identity card couldn't be easily used to prevent tampering. Thus, all the information regarding the supplies she handled was recorded on the temporary magnetic card. As they worked, the girl stood beside her, being polite and sweet to everyone who brought their luggage. She said that since these people were handing over all their worldly possessions, they were naturally uneasy, so the staff had to have a good attitude to make them feel the system was trustworthy. Bian Changxi realized then that the girl was quite reliable and not just a fangirl. Miss Bian, did you know? The weight limit for luggage per person is 30 kilograms, and the volume limit is 1 cubic meter. Anything exceeding that requires a fee. But almost everyone exceeds it. I always hear the logistics comrades complaining. Complaining about what? Bian Changxi collected the luggage of a couple. Good heavens, they had so much stuff, they even brought a bed frame. They had the look of I have money and can bring whatever I want. The girl secretly looked down on them. Once they passed, she said, they're worried about becoming mobile warehouses for these rich people. With so much stuff, there's no way they can carry it all. Take that bed, for example. They'll probably sleep on it at night and expect someone to pack it away during the day. But the fees they pay don't end up in our pockets. She whispered, Miss Bian, you have access to the leadership. Could you reflect this situation to them? We in the logistics team have it really hard. Bian Changxi gave a couple of non-committal hums and changed the subject. Didn't you say it was a squad? There should be over 350 people. Why are there only 100 or so here? Because these people are civilians. The others might be from the military, the logistics team, or the medical group. They'll only join the squads once we reach the camp and officially organize. Then there are the families of the officers. They have separate vehicles arranged. Or those doing command work who are busy right now. Like me, I'm from the 7th Squad of the 4th Company, but I'm also part of the logistics team, so I'm standing here instead of with my squad. Bian Changxi remembered. Groups like the logistics team, medical group, and combat personnel were originally going to be organized as separate mobile units. But considering it might hinder overall unity and reduce the self-survival capability of each squad, they were dispersed and integrated into the various squads. It was like students in a class. Some might be members of the student union, the sports department, or the dance troupe. When those departments had activities, they would go and help. And each class communicated with the higher management and decision-making levels through these people who had direct access to the upper levels. She silently marveled at the effort put into designing such a system. After finishing the 3 squads, she collected the luggage for the entire company, a total of 3,500 people. Over 2,000 left here, with hundreds of pieces of luggage. It took over an hour, and Bian Changxi's hands were getting tired by the time she finished. Meanwhile, the people boarded the buses, which headed toward the north gate one by one. The area gradually grew quiet, leaving behind a mess on the ground. A desolate feeling of the guests have left and the tea is cold. Bian Changxi rubbed her aching neck and walked slowly through the murky light. She counted on her fingers. She had collected 3 warehouses worth of houses. Although each warehouse was 500 or 600 square meters, the houses were packed tightly in the space, so that took up over 1,000 square meters. 100 large trucks, each about 10 square meters, added another 1,000. Then there were the hundreds of pieces of luggage. Though the volume was large, they could be stacked. If they were stacked on the warships or trucks, it was quite normal. Calculating it this way, she hadn't exceeded the 6,000 square meter limit, right? Not bad, not bad. What's not bad? Bian Changxi jumped. She rolled her eyes at the man who had suddenly appeared again. You're always scaring people. I thought you'd already left. How would I dare not wait for you? You're riding in my car today. He paused. For the whole trip. A free private car and the strongest bodyguard, only a fool would refuse. Once inside, she started giving her feedback. This luggage collection. It took me over an hour just for one company, and an incomplete one at that. How many people will it take to collect for an entire brigade? I think the efficiency is too low. I noticed that too. This is the 1st brigade, so we have to be meticulous and thorough. For the next 7, I plan to have each squad consolidate their items internally first. We'll only need to collect once per squad. That sounds better. Then she mentioned the girls' concerns, though her own perspective was slightly different. Bringing even a bed. I think that's a bit much. If they were space users themselves, fine. But having nothing and just paying some supplies or crystal core to bring whatever they want, is that really okay? Our space resources are limited, and the vehicles and fuel on the road will be limited too. Having a cap on what each person can bring is good, but shouldn't the rules for the excess portion be refined? Furthermore, our organization isn't just letting these people hitch a ride. We've actually prepared some daily necessities and various supplies they might need later. So, I think we shouldn't allow them to bring bulky items meant purely for enjoyment. If they really want to bring a lot of personal assets, we should encourage them to bring vehicles, fuel, and food instead. Bian Changxi rattled off a string of thoughts without giving the boss a chance to speak. Realizing this, she quickly backtracked to salvage the situation. What do you think? Xu drove with a faint smile, listening to her. We should indeed control it. Do you have a plan? A plan? I don't have a concrete plan. I just think that for essential items, we should encourage them. If they exceed a certain limit, we charge a small fee. For non-essentials, the fee should be higher. And the more they exceed the limit, the fee should rise proportionally, make it so expensive they wouldn't dare bring it. Also, people with cars can bring more, and if they give up their seats to others in the team, they should get a subsidy. But those who sit in the cars we prepared, they should pay. Otherwise, it's a bit unfair. Oh, I'm getting off track. Bian Changxi hurriedly pulled the topic back to supplees. But if the rules are too strict, and some people really want to bring certain things and refuse to accept the regulations, I think we could let the space element users open a storage platform. The space users can privately store items for people, and the benefits go to them. However, since space users are part of the logistics team and under unified management, if you think this is inappropriate, then forget it. I also feel like it might cause trouble. In any case, we can't let the space users always store things for others for free. They'll get resentful. But the storage devices must be strictly managed. If they use them for private gain or hide them and claim they were lost, it would be hard to clear up. Xu nodded slowly and sighed. There are so many rules and regulations to establish. Bian Changxi raised her hand in agreement. Establishing a new team is inherently troublesome, but once it's on track, it will be easier. Also, about the vehicle fees I mentioned earlier, don't we have houses, long-distance buses, food, and medicine? We certainly can't let everyone enjoy these for free. I think access should depend on two things. First, wealth, second, contribution. Just like in a game. In a guild or a small group, if an individual wants something from the public pool, they not only have to pay money, but also spend contribution points. If their rank isn't high enough or their contribution is too low, even a tycoon shouldn't dream of touching it. Combining these two methods avoids the rich running rampant while the poor hate them, prevents the public fund from running a deficit, and encourages people to contribute more. That aligns with our previous line of thinking, but it's more concrete, Xu said. So there shouldn't be any resistance in formulating and implementing it, right? I think it's best to set the charter for these things as early as possible. It's not just for rare items. If someone lacks food or clothing and needs assistance, this system can apply. If they have no money and no contribution points and are truly pitiful, they can exchange labor for them. It's better to do this now, before the first brigade arrives at the camp and gets settled. If we make the rules later, the first wave of people will have already taken advantage of the situation, and the latecomers will inevitably be dissatisfied. Bian Changxi was speaking from experience. These principles might seem shallow and simple, but regardless of a team size, few established these rules right at the start. It was usually only later, when problems became severe, that they went back to patch things up. But by then, public dissatisfaction, unrest, and team instability were unavoidable. Some organizations even collapsed because of it. Do not worry about scarcity, but rather about uneven distribution. Never challenge human nature. Right now, in the face of a great disaster, everyone might be hurriedly uniting to survive the hard times, appearing selfless and loyal to the organization. But as time passes, or once the crisis abates, all sorts of problems will emerge. Since Bian Changxi knew this well, there was no reason to be like other groups and wait for chaos, conflict, and even the cost of human lives to grind out a charter. The earlier it was set, the easier it would be for people to accept, and the less resistance there would be. Seeing Xu thinking seriously, she added fuel to the fire. Actually, it's not as complicated as you imagine. We have over 70,000 soldiers in our team. Their ability to accept hard orders is naturally strong. Furthermore, about half the team possesses combat power. If rewards are decided based on contribution, they will certainly be willing. As for those who want to reap without sowing, I imagine during the selection process, the worst of those supreme oddballs were already weeded out. Moreover, we have 10,000 people from the Chayo family in our team. Everyone already lacks cohesion. When it's time to be tough, we must be tough to constrain everyone. We can set up a channel for feedback as a form of compensation. The military force in the team, including the initial 10,000 main forces and the later selected 20 to 30,000, totaled nearly 60,000 soldiers. After some filtering, apart from the 15,000 in the Mobile unit, the rest were integrated into the 8 major brigades. This made it seem like only the Mobile unit was holding up the entire team. And of the remaining 200,000 people, not all were helpless weaklings. When Bian Changxi said half could participate in combat, it wasn't an exaggeration, it was a conservative estimate. These people would likely be willing to accept a system where you reap what you sow. A few more hard rules would actually be beneficial. Xu pondered. He had originally planned to hold a meeting to discuss specific rules after the camp settled down. But Changxi had a point. Although it was a trivial matter, if they really set their minds to it, it would only take a day or two. The main thing was that it was easier to do now. If they waited until things got messy and habits formed, changing them would be troublesome. There were plenty of talents in economics, politics, statistics, and psychology in his team. Those people didn't need to fight, nor could they. Since they were idle, finding something for them to do wasn't a bad idea. He picked up his communicator and dialed Xiao Feng, explaining the idea. Find the people and let them toss it around. I want regulations, especially regarding housing, land use, food, and labor. We'll need them when the 1st Brigade arrives at the camp. If needed, give them the blueprints of the camp and data on housing and food. Armchair strategies wouldn't work without data. He glanced at Bian Changxi. Remember, fairness comes first, stability second. It doesn't matter whose idea it is. Isn't this great? Use heavy penalties in troubled times. Temporary compromise treats the symptoms, but not the root cause. This will be our central philosophy from now on. Bian Changxi listened silently, her eyes leading up at the phrase, use heavy penalties in troubled times. In special times, stabilizing people's hearts seemed most important, but giving them too good treatment would only make them insatiable and forget their place. Only strict discipline, rules that allowed no personal favors, and tough, severe punishment measures could achieve true stability. Just setting rules was far from heavy penalties. In fact, she had always felt Xu's methods were too gentle. She hadn't heard of any severe punishments being meted out by him during this period. Although this was partly because he managed things strictly and vicious incidents were rare, compared to other organizations that executed people for crimes or publicly broke limbs for theft, he seemed too lenient. It was true that his subordinates trusted and respected him. But judging by how Hong Chunling tried to use her to plead for people without tickets, or how a young girl in the logistics team with no ability dared to wink at him and privately complain about work, he hadn't established enough intimidation. He didn't make people fear him. Bian Changxi felt this wasn't a good thing. It turned out he did have the concept of heavy penalties in mind. The road today was much safer than yesterday. After all, so many zombies had been eliminated yesterday, and zombies from other places wouldn't replenish the area so quickly under normal circumstances. But while there were no zombies, there were other obstacles. The car started and stopped repeatedly. Bian Changxi felt a bit dizzy. The honking ahead was incessant and noisy. Xu looked at her. If you're annoyed, sleep for a while. Sai, it's only the 2nd day, and there are so many people on the road. I think they're here to cause trouble. Blocking the road like this is truly detestable. Yes, many cars and people had appeared in the passage cleared yesterday. Some had even hit the road earlier than them. Encountering a few small-scale attacks, cars had overturned, people were injured, and there was a traffic accident every short distance. This caused great inconvenience to their progress. When asked to move aside, those people were either unreasonable, crying and wailing, or coming up to fish for information and ask for directions. All sorts of attitudes and behaviors. In the end, their side had to send people to clear the obstacles. There was no choice. If they didn't understand, they couldn't move forward. This was already the 5th time they had stopped. Bian Changxi looked at him in confusion. How can you still be so calm? It was expected. Few people want to see us evacuate smoothly. Naturally, they'll think of ways to obstruct us, waiting until we're harassed enough to compromise and sue for peace. Seeing his confident look, Bian Changxi pursed her lips. You already have a plan, don't you? He smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire came from the distance behind them, followed by the approaching rumble of tracks and the unique engine noise of large trucks. She was surprised. This is. She leaned her head out. Behind the endless lane of vehicles, she could faintly see a convoy chasing rapidly, flags waving, cannons clearing the way. This formation. Wow, a regular army. And definitely not a small number. Where did you get such an imposing army? Zhu Yiming. You asked him for help. He approached me last night, Xu explained. Gu Jianhua's faction also wants to leave, but they have too many people and too many assets, while their space element users are far too few. If they copied our method, they wouldn't be able to cross the river even in 10 or 15 days, and the risks would be huge. He wanted to ask for our help. So your condition was to have him clear the way. To be precise, it's to guard this passage for us. Bian Changxi hissed. What kind of potion did you feed him? Xu looked innocent. I just said we should exchange what we have and complement each other's strengths. He agreed. He had planted spies in every faction. From the fragmented words sent back, he could figure out 70 to 80% of what happened with Gu Jianhua, his thoughts, and the lethal schemes others were harboring. Didn't they think their massive advantage lay in their hundreds of thousands of troops? Fine then. It would be a pity for these troops to sit idle and waste food. It was much better to put them to good use by standing guard and setting up checkpoints. Standing guard all the way from the base to Yuantang Bridge, a distance of 60 li, now that was majestic. Otherwise, what was the point of just paying leap service? Not long after, the army arrived. It was indeed led by Zhu Yiming, but the soldiers weren't his field regiment. Instead, they were ordinary soldiers. Although they looked a bit green, there were plenty of them. They really did go to stand guard along the road, clearing away idlers and abandoned vehicles ahead. Xu and Zhu Yiming talked for quite a while. Finally, the two walked back to the car while talking. Bian Changxi heard Zhu Yiming say with a tight voice, I'm helping you clear the obstacles and guard the road. You better finish transferring quickly and help me. Brother Gu, for this matter, the pressure on my shoulders isn't small. Bian Changxi felt Xu was smelling like a fox. Naturally. In at most a week, I'll have my hands free here. Our experience, our space element users, and our routes can all be lent to you. We can even reserve a safe area near our camp for you. Don't just look at the fact that you dispatched tens of thousands of people to guard the road for me. This road is under the control of your Gu faction. When you retreat later, it will be twice as effective with half the effort. Moreover, Yuantang Bridge can be preserved. Otherwise, with the predatory stance of others, that bridge would be destroyed in a day. Not to mention finding a safe buffer zone after crossing the river. Our two families can be considered to be sharing resources. To be honest, if I weren't short on manpower, I wouldn't necessarily be willing to hand the passage over to someone else. She immediately felt it was strange. Xu and Zhu Yiming had a decent relationship, and compared to the Zhuje faction, Gu Jianhua could be loosely considered an ally. But listening to his tone now, it sounded like a business negotiation, perfunctory and focused solely on interests, without much genuine sentiment. She leaned closer to the window. Zhu Yiming shook his head helplessly. Fine. I can't outtalk you. I'll also try to persuade those old fogies who are jumping up and down. Actually, the chief. Sai, never mind. Anyway, move fast. I'm just worried about Zhuje and Xu Chang causing trouble. The others aren't a concern. Xu watched him leave, understanding what he left unsaid. Gu Jianhua was certainly unhappy with this situation. He wanted to play the emotional card, hoping to manipulate Gu Shu into bringing a group of capable people to work for him from a distance. But while he could fool Zhu Yiming, he shouldn't expect Gu Shu to obediently obey. His indifferent expression paused when he noticed Bian Changxi scrutinizing him. "What are you looking at?" He got in and adjusted her hat, which had gone askew from eavesdropping. "Listening to your tone, are you and the Gu faction at odds?" "Just a small matter. If you don't tell me, I won't know. I'll be deceived by people." Gu Shu's face stiffened slightly. He glanced at her helplessly. "Gu Jianhua wants us to work for him, but refuses to say it outright. He tricked Zhu Yiming into coming out to build rapport, while simultaneously indulging his old subordinates who want to reap without sowing to mock us. He's that bad." Bian Changxi cupped her face in mock surprise. Gu Shu raised his hand to knock on her head. When she went to cover her head, his hand dropped to pinch her cheek. "Naughty," she wailed, failing to act cute, then asked seriously, "Does it matter?" "Don't worry, it doesn't." Gu Shu shook his head. In fact, having those people act as shields against Zhu Jie and the others made things much easier. With the army providing an escort, the road behind them was much easier to travel. Bian Changxi and the space element users went ahead to the camp to arrange housing and stack supplies, then returned to the bridge. The convoy arrived as well. To protect the poor little bridge, people still crossed on foot, moving lightly. Bian Changxi and the logistics team transported the vehicles, taking 3 trips to move all the cars inside and outside the camp. At this point, the not-so-large camp was packed full. As for the newly minted rules and regulations from the base headquarters, they had already been transmitted via the new fax machines linked to the communicators. Captains and officials at all levels would manage this team of over 35,000 people, according to the clauses from above. The beginning is always the hardest. Gu Shu had to personally preside over the matter. Bian Changxi found these trivialities boring and found an excuse to wander around the camp. She saw a dark mass of people gathering and leaning up in front of the camp. Curious, she walked closer. After listening to the speaker for a while, she learned that the 2,000 mobile unit troops who had guarded the place during the day had gone out to clear the surroundings and had become more familiar with the environment. This time, another 5,000 from the mobile unit were following, plus combat personnel from the main team. Leaving enough to maintain the camp, they could muster nearly 10,000 people. They were organizing to go out and cleanse the area again. Their targets were places with buildings, clearing block by block, separated by roads. The more they cleared, the better. Firstly, the more zombies we kill, the safer our camp will be. Secondly, whatever supplies are in the cleared areas belong to us. Thirdly, those buildings can accommodate the teams coming after us. It achieves multiple goals at once. This is a glorious and significant mission. The leader was mobilizing them when a bold person below laughed. "Commander, you missed one thing. The more zombies we kill, the more crystal core we get." "Right, I missed that. According to the new regulations, whoever kills the zombie gets the nucleus. If everyone works together to kill it, the nucleus is distributed based on contribution. Now is the time to focus on individual contribution. Everyone, keep your eyes open when killing enemies. Remember your own performance and note the performance of others. Contribution points will be calculated based on this. Of course, if you only stare at that and get scratched by a zombie, there's nowhere to complain." The people laughed, their morale high, eager to kill more zombies and earn merit. Bian Changxi smiled too. Wasn't the effect immediate? Competition was always better than everyone eating from the same big pot, and no one standing out. Suddenly, her communicator beeped. She took it out in confusion, glancing at Gu Shu's side. It wasn't him. Who would be looking for her at this time? "Ah, Pei." She looked at the flashing words on the screen. Communicators these days were becoming more like the old ones, even having caller ID. "Ah, Pei looking for me." "What?" She stood up, a trace of astonishment on her face. After listening for a while, she slowly calmed down and asked, "Does Xu know about this?" "Then don't tell him." She saw Xu being surrounded as he walked toward the temporary conference room, disappearing behind the garage. She sighed. "He can't get away." "Me?" She touched the wound on her head, which was still quite swollen and painful, and smiled bitterly. "It's not very convenient for me right now either." No need, no need. Everyone is busy, there's no need to worry about this." She paused. Even though she was somewhat unwilling, her tone remained light. She squinted at the horizon. "Let her go. She can't threaten me anymore. There's no need to create new problems for such an insignificant person." Hanging up, she stood there in a daze. Wen Mingli had escaped. She had stuck a tracker on her back then. That night, Xu used it to find her residence. He had intended to eliminate her in one go, but the woman was indeed capable. She actually sensed it. To prevent the worst-case scenario, Xu terminated the operation. Later, he had professionals install cameras and other equipment where she had appeared that day, using that as a center to slowly expand the surveillance range, keeping Wen Mingli within their sights. They had agreed to settle the score with her after the evacuation. But Wen Mingli obviously couldn't keep her cool in the deteriorating environment. She left her residence in the morning and hadn't appeared in any of her usual activity spots. The surveillance personnel guessed she might have left completely. These days, idle times were too idle, and busy times were too busy. It was Bian Changxi's oversight. She hadn't even thought of Wen Mingli. She scratched her hair. Forget it. There had been no secrets about her spreading these past few days. Wen Mingli's mouth was still tight. After all, being a gossipmonger did her no good. As long as she didn't actively come looking for trouble, there was no difference whether she was alive or dead. She comforted herself this way. There was no choice. Who told her to break her head at a time like this? Her mobility was greatly discounted. Otherwise, she could have given chase. Now, Wen Mingli was no ordinary person. She wouldn't risk her life just to chase her. The only consolation was that the heavy investment in surveillance hadn't been wasted. Wen Mingli had been doing things, mainly inventing. Those new creative ideas and data had been copied. Now, the foundation of their research team was stronger. Putting Wen Mingli out of her mind, Bian Changxi focused on what needed to be done. This work continued for another 3 days. For 3 days, a brigade was sent out daily. The camp slowly expanded, and the number of people gradually increased. Centered on the construction site, the nearest few blocks also became leaving areas for the people. One area per brigade, they didn't infringe on each other but cooperated and depended on one another. Bian Changxi obediently stayed by Xu's side. Having stepped down from the front lines of combat, she managed material transfers and medical treatment, which actually made her even more famous. Now, in both the logistics team and the medical group, she held the title of vice captain and vice group leader. Why not the main leader? The main leader had to manage affairs and couldn't hold concurrent posts. However, the 2 main leaders didn't put on any airs in front of her. They would discuss things with her if issues arose. She understood the principle that a tall tree attracts the wind, so she never interfered in administrative matters, only occasionally offering suggestions. She didn't shirk tasks assigned to her and lent a hand where she could. As a result, she was liked by those above and respected by those below. Her days away from combat were quite pleasant. Today, the 5th and 6th teams were leaving together. Although the number of people had doubled, with the accumulation of experience and a fixed operation mode, there was no more scrambling. So, Bian Changxi leisurely wandered around the villa until nearly 4 o'clock before preparing to leave. At this moment, the villa appeared empty. All the items that needed to be taken had been stored in the space by Auntie Zhao. The things she couldn't carry, but which Bian Changxi couldn't bear to part with, were moved into Bian Changxi's farm, specifically into the mini villa inside. These were mainly items she and Gu Shu were used to using. Her bed, wardrobe, and Gu Shu's desk and bookshelves. In the end, she simply moved the entire contents of one bedroom and one study into the mini villa, leaving the layout almost unchanged. Cough, cough, of course, she would need to set up another bedroom for Gu Shu. Thinking that the two of them might leave alone in that small villa on the road in the future, she felt quite expectant. Well, Gu Shu wouldn't be that leisurely. She figured he would probably spend the first half of the night dealing with the day's leftover affairs or patrolling, and rest wherever he could in the second half. Living a domestic life in the mini villa would have to wait until the revolution succeeded. While she was secretly grumbling to herself, Auntie Zhao looked around reluctantly. I didn't expect we'd have to leave so soon. We probably won't come back here, right? No, today was the moment the villa would be emptied of people. Actually, the day before yesterday, Xiao Yun, Wu Dalang, and Gu Pei had already settled in the camp. Xiao Feng remained to hold the fort at the base, assisted by Shadow. The two of them had been leaving outside for a while. Gu Shu always ran between both ends, and Anan hadn't been transferred anywhere else on duty. The villa had lost its liveliness long ago. Seeing Auntie Zhao alone every day seemed pitiful, so Bian Changxi suggested she go to the camp earlier, where she could also take care of Gu Pei and the others' meals. Bian Changxi snapped out of her thoughts and comforted Auntie Zhao. Isn't this inevitable? People have to look forward. Besides, as long as everyone is together, isn't it the same anywhere? Oh, I know. I just can't bear to part with it. Such a nice house, and now we have to give it up to those zombies. It feels chilling just thinking about it. Shaoxi, do you think the base really won't be able to hold? Bian Changxi shrugged. Before, the possibility of holding it was higher, but now people's hearts have scattered. Haven't you heard? At the south gate, no one is willing to guard it. If our people weren't still guarding it day and night, the zombies and mutant beasts outside would have rushed in long ago. With this situation, it's only a matter of time before it falls. Gu Shu hadn't withdrawn the people guarding the south gate yet. Previously, they rotated shifts with other factions every day or two, the idea being that defending the base was everyone's responsibility. But now, whether due to difficulties from various sides or because they were too busy with their own affairs, no one came to relieve them. If it weren't for the fact that people would suffer if the south gate fell, Bian Changxi would have wanted to tell Gu Shu to quit too. However, as they completely withdrew, those personnel would eventually have to be recalled. What would happen to the Suzhou base then? The zombies hadn't even fought their way in yet, but had the collapse of morale caused the Suzhou base to fall apart months ahead of schedule. Bian Changxi locked the main door. Walking out of the front yard with Auntie Zhao, she saw that the vegetables and fruits here had been harvested. The remaining fruit trees, vegetable seedlings, and grape trellises were left intact. Auntie Zhao muttered that it was a pity. Bian Changxi said, maybe later, someone fleeing without food can come and pick a few green fruits, or dig them up roots and all as treasures. Let's not dig them up. Auntie Zhao thought about it and agreed, consider it a good deed. What about milk? What if he comes back and everyone is gone? That guy has a sharp nose, he'll definitely be able to find us. Although Bian Changxi said this, she didn't have much confidence since she hadn't seen that lazy creature for a long time. She suspected Gu Shu might have humanely destroyed it, given the lack of news for so long. She didn't lock the iron gate. There were 3 guards at the entrance. Bian Changxi said to one of them, let the other guards withdraw. There's no need to keep people here anymore. The guard nodded and left. Bian Changxi prepared to take out the car to go to the gathering place for the 5th and 6th Brigades. Just then, several soldiers walked over from the roadside. Excuse me, are you Miss Bian? Our Commander Ge would like to invite you as a guest. Commander Ge. Ge Jianhua. Does he have business with me? Bian Changxi immediately became alert. Before, she might not have thought too much about it, but after hearing Gu Shu say that Ge Jianhua had deep schemes, It was hard to have a good impression of this seemingly honest man. "We don't know about that. Our mission is just to invite you. Miss Bian, can we go?" A military vehicle was parked in the distance, flanked by soldiers with professional demeanor and solemn expressions, holding guns. This was clearly a bit hostile. "Sorry, I have my own mission. Whether I go or not, I must ask my captain for instructions." She was about to take out her communicator when, out of the corner of her eye, she saw the soldiers exchange quick glances. The one at the very back seemed to put his arm behind his back and make a gesture. Almost simultaneously, a wave of ability fluctuation erupted behind Bian Changxi's head. She froze and her heart sank. There was someone behind her. Teleportation. She hadn't expected them to act without another word. Fortunately, her sensing ability was stronger than ordinary people. The person appearing behind her was probably very strong. The fluctuation was controlled to be extremely weak, but it was there. In that moment, a feeling of extreme danger assaulted her heart. The shadow of imminent death made her abilities boil over in an instant. She stomped her foot. The concrete ground behind her suddenly cracked open. A large cluster of green plants spiraled up, wrapping around the person who was just revealing their form from their heels to their arms. Like a meat grinder, it forcibly twisted them into minced meat. This happened in a split second. When she was chased by Zhang Ba in the past, this state had also appeared. Extreme tension allowed her to perform at the level of Tier 6 from her past leaf. A Tier 6 realm was definitely not something a person who was at most Tier 4 right now could withstand. But the consequences of this extraordinary performance were severe. In the instant after, she felt her body hollowed out, and she was about to go limp. She forced herself to hold on to a breath. Her senses, sharper than ever, allowed her to clearly judge that there were 3 more people teleporting in, next to Auntie Zhao and the 2 guards. Because these 3 space element users were a notch weaker, they appeared half a beat slower. At the moment they were about to reveal their human forms, she grabbed Auntie Zhao and 1 guard with each hand, pulling them towards her while shouting, "Goot down." As her voice fell, the people there fully emerged. The sharp weapons stabbing at Auntie Zhao and the guard missed their marks, but the opponents were extremely adaptable and changed angles mid-strike. Auntie Zhao reacted slightly slowly and was grazed obliquely. The guard, however, was strictly trained and a former elite soldier. The moment he was pulled by Bian Changxi, his waist shrank back and his hand shot out to grab the opponent's attacking hand. The all-leak weapon, gleaming with a strange light, hung just a hair's breadth away from him. The other guard was stabbed solidly. Although he tried to resist mid-strike, he immediately collapsed as if he had lost all strength. Auntie Zhao did the same. Bian Changxi grabbed Auntie Zhao with 1 hand, and a tang sword appeared out of thin air in her other hand. She slashed upward fiercely. The one who ambushed Auntie Zhao was already close. With a 70 to 80 centimeter weapon suddenly appearing in Bian Changxi's hand, combined with her extended arm and forward-leaning body, he was instantly within attack range. Before he could react, he was sliced open from chest to chin. Bian Changxi's momentum wasn't spent. With a flick of her wrist, a turn of the blade, and a swing of her body, she slashed again, severing the hand that was grappling with the guard. "Ah! Ah!" 2 screams rang out almost simultaneously, showing just how fast Bian Changxi was. Only then was the space element user behind her completely minced. A rain of blood and flesh sprayed into the sky, blooming like a peerlessly eerie flower behind Bian Changxi. Her expression was solemn and cold to the extreme. She shouted "Go!" and rushed towards the soldiers opposite, intending to break out with absolute speed and then escape by car. But she had only taken 1 step when bang, 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 bullets smashed into the ground in front of her toes. If she hadn't stopped her momentum, those bullets would have definitely pierced her feet or shattered her knees. She hurriedly retreated, looking up. Several snipers were lying on the roof of the villa opposite. In the blink of an eye, the guard had been hit by a shot. She heard his muffled groan. Under the rain of bullets, unless one had an indestructible body, there seemed to be no better choice. Moreover, her thoughts raced. Without energy replenishment, she couldn't maintain her full fighting state for long. She had to shout retreat. And threw Auntie Zhao, whom she was holding, through the unclosed iron gate of the villa, landing her behind the concrete wall. With her freed left hand, she threw a massive steel plate into the air, blocking the dense bullets. Then she quickly shot out a vine to wrap around the unconscious guard and retreated into the villa with the other guard. The two hid behind the wall. Bullets hit the outside of the wall, the vibrations making their backs ache. The lush vegetables and fruits in the yard were beaten to pulp. Dust and concrete debris flew everywhere, and stones from the top of the wall rained down on their heads. They could barely keep their eyes open. Panting, Bian Changxi took out 4 helmets. She took one and threw the others to the guard. The guard understood immediately. He put helmets on Auntie Zhao and his fallen colleague first, then on himself. He took out a pistol from his waist and peeked outside, but was immediately forced back by bullets. "Miss Bian, they're going to rush in. Let's hide inside the villa. Call Gushu." Bian Changxi barely kept her eyes open under the helmet. She bent down to check Auntie Zhao's wound. It was on her arm, a slash less than a centimeter long, but it was gradually turning gray-green. She quickly took a large sterile scalpel from the medical supplies in the farm and sliced off the discolored, rotting flesh in one go. That decisive sharpness made the guard tremble with fear. He quickly took out his own communicator and began calling Gushu. Bian Changxi treated Auntie Zhao's wound, covered it hastily with a piece of gauze, and immediately went to check the unconscious guard. He was wounded below the right ribs, leakly right in the lever. The sharp ball was still stuck in it, very deep. His chest, abdomen, and even the blood vessels all over his body were turning somewhat green. She looked at his deathly gray face, then turned her eyes down to stare at the sharp ball. Patting her hand with a cloth, she gently pulled it out. It was about 15 centimeters long, as thick as a pinky finger at the end, and the tip was as sharp as a needle. Apart from the discolored blood, there was a faint green pigment on it, likely some kind of toxin. She wrapped it in the cloth and stored it in the farm. Turning back, she helped squeeze out more of Auntie Zhao's blood until the color returned to normal. Then, holding a green nucleus, she healed the wound just enough to stop the bleeding before hastily wrapping it twice. All this took less than half a minute. The gunfire outside had stopped, but listening to the footsteps, they had leakly surrounded the front and back of the villa. The guard connected with Gushu and reported the situation urgently, but clearly. Then he handed the communicator to Bian Changxi. While absorbing the crystal nucleus, she asked in a low voice any instructions. Gushu sounded like he was moving fast on the other end, with many voices in the background. "Hold on, I'm coming over right away." "Don't." Bian Changxi spoke quickly. "Don't rush over. I can still hold on here. You do what you need to do first, just worry about me in your heart, no need to rush. I don't want to come out to a mess, or have you negotiating terms with people when you arrive. Contact you later." Spitting out a string of words without waiting for Gushu's reaction, she hung up directly. She grabbed a small box of black objects from the farm, took a few for herself, and said to the guard, "Grenades, smoke bombs. Throw these 2 out in a moment, then we run into the villa. Be quick. Help me take care of Auntie Zhao." The guard truly felt this Miss Bian was overly decisive, but it was precisely this decisiveness that, after his initial confusion and nervousness, made him faintly excited. Since he could become an elite, he naturally didn't fear danger. He even had adventure in his blood. A brave, decisive leader who could charge and break through was the type people like him liked and admired the most. He just hadn't expected this person to be a seemingly slender and weak girl, even if she was the supreme leader's woman. If a woman wasn't afraid, how could he be a coward? Any man with guts would have this thought. He glanced at his dead companion, nodded heavily, hoisted Auntie Zhao onto his shoulder, and grabbed 2 grenades in one hand. He was just waiting for Bian Changxi's command. The people outside were slowly approaching. Shoes could already be seen outside the iron gate. They were preparing to break in. The soldier who had spoken first shouted loudly, "Miss Bian, we don't want to hurt you. Just come with us. You know, with one mortar shell, not just a wall, but this entire villa could be blown to pieces. It's not that we don't dare." He probably thought that no matter how amazing Bian Changxi was rumored to be, she was just a woman with wood and space elements, with only one usable person left by her side. Could she fly into the sky or burrow into the ground or conjure up a cannon? They had to capture her no matter what. But just as he was halfway through his sentence, several black spheres were thrown out from behind the wall and the iron gate. He froze and shouted, "Goot down." Bang boom, the earth shook, smoke and dust filled the air, and the powerful explosion collapsed the wall. But before that, Bian Changxi and the other two had already left the spot. Running at the back, she threw out huge rocks one after another. After gaining experience from the Chalip bar, she had indeed gone to collect these large rocks. Since the farm's warehouse was infinitely large, and no one knew she was collecting rocks for fun, she took as many as she could. Now, they were indeed coming in handy. She threw them as she ran. By the time they entered the villa, the yard was full of rocks. Not only could cars not enter, but even people would have to climb over step by step. She closed the foyer door. Behind the door and behind all the doors and windows, she blocked them with rocks, stacking them all the way to the ceiling. Even the living room was largely occupied by these things. She sniffed and called to the guard, "Go to the 3rd floor and see if it's possible to leave by helicopter." The guard ran up immediately. 2 minutes later, he was driven down by bullets. When he shouted Miss Bian, it might not work, his jaw nearly hit the floor. In the open space on the west side of the living room, a loader was squatting there tightly. A thick drill bit at the front was ding-ding-ding, drilling a hole in the ground. At the same time, a vine hung sleekly curved in midair. Every time a few pieces of crushed stone were drilled out, it would reach down, touch the stone, and the stone would disappear. The guard gaped at Bian Changxi, who was sitting in the vehicle operating it. Was this the rhythm of digging a tunnel? He had been in the army for many years, and after retiring, he had done private work, worked as a mercenary, and been to many dangerous places. He had experienced being besieged, but he had never seen an escape method like this. If you can't ascend to heaven, burrow into the earth. It wasn't just inconceivable or whimsical, it was. How did this person have so many methods? And so many tools? Were all space element users leak treasure chests, having whatever they needed? Would a normal person carry a clumsy engineering vehicle with them? He had just returned from his shift yesterday, and knew clearly that all engineering vehicles had been moved to the camp for construction. This one of Bian Changxi's was obviously kept for herself. While he was dazed, Bian Changxi had already dug a pit 1 meter wide and over 3 meters deep with full power, and all the excavated debris had been taken away. That drill bit must be made of diamond. It hadn't broken even after such crazy use. Bian Changxi jumped off the vehicle, put it away, jumped into the pit, and a supersized electric drill appeared in her hand, connected to a battery. She began to drill horizontally. The guard finally came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Miss Bian, the foundation of this villa is very thick. At this depth, you're hitting reinforced concrete. Let's go a bit deeper." "Let me do it, you rest a bit." Bian Changxi paused. So that was it, she hadn't thought of that. No wonder she hadn't hit soil yet. She clung to the rough wall and climbed up. Drill towards the west. The villa next door used to belong to Sun Buchun. It's been empty since he died. They might not expect us to escape through the earth. It might still be safe there. The guard nodded and jumped down. Just then, the sound of cannon fire came from outside. A sharp pew sound, then thump poof. The earth shook violently, and the taller rocks inside tottered. Those maniacs, did they really use artillery shells to catch her? With such a big commotion, wouldn't the nearby people complain if they weren't dead? Sitting on the ground, Bian Changxi grabbed another Tier 4 green nucleus and absorbed it quickly. The Tier 6 extraordinary performance had taken a toll on her. It wasn't just that her energy was mostly depleted, her body had extremely uncomfortable reactions. Furthermore, she hadn't been able to catch her breath for several minutes now, and she really felt choked. Her head was throbbing with pain again. Injuries to the head, especially those involving bone, took a considerable amount of time to heal. Even for her, after 4 or 5 days, it still hadn't fully healed. She thought again. Although some of the villa guards had withdrawn before 4 o'clock, apart from the 3 at the gate, there were still 6 or 7 elsewhere. There were also other people on their side in the villa area. They would inevitably come to the rescue, but those people were probably either pinned down or dealt with. No one expected someone to be so arrogant as to bomb the villa area indiscriminately. They should have at least waited until she was out to ambush her. She couldn't help but wonder what the purpose of spending so much effort to catch her was, and which big shot was behind it. 4 space element users who could teleport appeared at once. Such a grand gesture wasn't something just anyone could pull off. The most likely culprit was one of the 3 commanders. Although the other party claimed to be acting on Gu Jianhua's orders, who knew if they were lying? Bian Changxi felt that Gu Jianhua was known for being steady and cautious. He wouldn't do such a terrible thing. Moreover, he and Gu Shu were still in a friendly state of apparent alliance. As long as he didn't go too far, Gu Shu would definitely help transfer his people as promised. He had no need to do this. Zhu Yunma also seemed unlikely. 2 days ago, Gu Shu had released Zhu Qian, but unknown to them, he had tampered with him. News came last night that the father and son seemed to have had a huge conflict, so they probably didn't have the energy for such a major operation temporarily. That left only Xu Chang. That thin, crazy old man who was recognized in her past life as sharp, sinister, and extreme. Boom, a loud noise like the collapse of the upper floor rang out. The ceiling shook and cracks appeared. The crystal chandelier smashed down. Fortunately, they weren't under it. Bian Changxi gritted her teeth and stood up, quickly hiding things in the gaps between the rocks, then peeked down into the hole. The guard had already drilled down another section. One of her vines hung down from the wall, touching the bottom. As soon as crushed stones appeared, they were collected into the farm, so the bottom was clean. The 1-meter diameter circle didn't seem too cramped. The guard said happily, "I hit soil. Hurry and dig horizontally. The outside won't hold up against another shell. If the drill doesn't work, use a shovel." She threw a shovel down. Yes. This guard happened to be a strength-type ability user. Snap, he broke the handle of the shovel in half and shoveled quickly and fiercely. In an instant, he dug out a hole that could accommodate him in a half-squat. Seeing that the outside couldn't hold much longer, Bian Changxi lowered Auntie Zhao first. She piled large rocks around the hole, leaving only the opening, and jumped down herself. Then she placed the last rock over the hole. Almost simultaneously, the ceiling finally collapsed from the explosions. It crashed down directly, and the entire villa indeed turned into a pile of ruins. Looking up from the living room, one would be able to see the sky. But down in the hole, it was very dark. Bian Changxi turned on a camping lantern. The clear, bright light illuminated everything. She took a shovel herself, broke the handle, and dug desperately with the guard. 2 ability users working together was always twice as effective. In just a minute, a hole large enough for 3 people to enter was dug. They all hid inside. The guard continued to dig forward, while Bian Changxi filled the vertical hole with the waste rocks and mud dug out earlier, packing it full, solid, and thick. Of course, if the people above discovered there was a hole here, these things wouldn't stop them, clearing it was only a matter of time. So they had to leave this place. She crawled back to dig with the guard. The air in the hole was bad. Even though she could remove the soil no matter how much was dug, and could secretly bring out air from the farm, it was still stifling. Soon she was sweating like rain. At this moment, she couldn't help but think that if she were the only one who had entered just now, she could have completely hidden in the farm. But looking at the unconscious Auntie Zhao and the guard digging with all his might, she quietly pushed that thought back. She leaned on her shovel, sitting and resting, gasping for large breaths. Her face was extremely pale. Looking at her palms, which were red and even had broken skin, she muttered to herself, "This won't do." She could sense footsteps and voices coming from above. Those people were ignoring the obstruction of the rocks and had come in to search. They would soon realize there was a fresh hole here, dig down, and find them. In such a cramped underground space, for 3 people, no, 2, the only path would be surrender. Any struggle would be a trapped beast's fight. Perhaps she should have risked being turned into a sieve or blown to bits, and escaped by helicopter earlier. She sighed. A small, cute vine drilled out of her palm. Its tip was thin and sharp, like a small curved blade. The ice layer outside was hard and smooth. She concentrated for a moment, patted the guard uncle to let him move out a bit, and then aimed at the center of the tunnel face. The vine shot out, nailing into the thick soil layer, and then struggled to drill inside. The scene was a bit strange, but what others couldn't see was that the vine, having drilled extremely deep into the soil, stopped and then sent out fine branches. One by one, strand by strand, straight, curled, or folded, they spread in all directions. Even the hardest clods of earth were penetrated by them, and the solid structure gradually became loose and scattered. Then, with several poof sounds, those branches drilled out from the other end. A whole face of root whiskers suddenly emerged from the black-brown soil that had been hard as rock, without a single tree root. The guard jumped in fright. Bian Changxi retracted the vine and wiped her forehead. "Dig quickly." The guard moved his shovel, and the soil was as loose as sand. Half an hour later, they finally crawled out of the flower bed in the back garden of Xu and Bian's villa. The reason they came out here was that Bian Changxi had explored and found the underground soil here to be the loosest, and there was no thick concrete layer, just soil. Repeating their old trick, they dug up relatively easily. Covering the soil, Bian Changxi made the short weeds on top grow again until they looked no different from the surroundings. Only then did the 2 run from the flower bed to the villa wall. They carefully alerted themselves to the surroundings, then easily picked the lock and entered to rest. Bian Changxi reported the situation to Xu on the communicator. "So we are now in Xu and Bian's villa. The surroundings are very safe." "Is that so?" Good, I understand." Phew, she breathed a sigh of relief. Having a communicator was great. Otherwise, in this situation, let alone the barrier to communication, just not being able to inform the other party of the situation immediately could easily lead to dramatic and serious consequences due to a single reckless move. She told the guard, "We'll sneak out the back door in a while. Our people will meet us at the intersection, and then we'll break out of the villa area." She drank some water. Her voice could barely be raised, she felt very tired. The enemy can only be arrogant inside the villa area. Once we're out, with roads in all directions, we'll be safe. She added, "I buried some bombs in the leaving room over there. I originally thought of teaching those people a lesson, but now they can be put to better use. When we go out later, I'll detonate them." A feint to the east while attacking the west. The guard listened seriously. Suddenly, he squatted up from his sitting position, staring upstairs with eyes like a wild wolf, raising the gun in his hand. Bian Changxi also looked up. She had used her sensing ability to check when she entered just now and felt no one was here. But then, as her energy failed, she didn't continue the energy-consuming scanning. Could there still be someone here? The layout hadn't been moved, and all traces showed no one had been here for a long time. Footsteps came from upstairs. A person walked out slowly. Bian Changxi frowned. "On Jibo." The person upstairs was indeed on Jibo. At this moment, his lips were pressed tight, his fists clenched as he stared at Bian Changxi, slowly taking in the condition of the 3. Suddenly, he said, The abilities of you two are almost exhausted. That woman will die if she isn't saved. It would be very easy for me to kill you now. Bian Changxi curled her lips in mockery. Wanna try? I don't even need to kill you. I just have to go out and shout a few times. I saw clearly just now how many people want to catch you. Bian Changxi fell silent, but there was no fear in her eyes. She looked at An Jibo, yet seemed not to put him in her eyes. In her past leaf, and the beginning of this leaf, this person had cast a shadow over her. But later, she deliberately ordered him around and enslaved him, and sure enough, that shadow quickly dissipated. Like an insignificant knot in her heart, now that Xu was completely on her side, how could she still hold a grudge over someone who had compared her to dust in front of Xu in her past leaf? The current her, whether in wood element attainment or in the experience and mindset of an extra leaf a time, was far beyond what this person before her could compare to. Those not in the field might not understand, but at a certain level, between two people in the same domain, the stronger one indeed held an indescribable pressure over the weaker one. Moreover, An Jibo had learned from Bian Changxi. Even if Bian Changxi felt she hadn't taught him anything, it didn't mean he hadn't comprehended content from her. Psychologically, as long as An Jibo hadn't truly surpassed Bian Changxi, he couldn't get over her. So facing her gaze, An Jibo's momentum weakened from his initial anger and confidence. He said, fierce of mien but faint of heart, "You don't need to look at me like that. Do you think I don't dare? You killed Boss Sun. He showed me kindness, yet you launched a sneak attack and killed him. And I thought you were a good person, but it turns out you are all heinous people." Bian Changxi sneered. "Just because he was kind to you, I can't kill him. Who are you to me that I have to consider you before I act? Besides, your logic is hilarious. What time is it now? In the apocalypse, you kill me, I kill you, it's common. If I wanted him dead, it was definitely because he threatened my leaf." She spoke indifferently, but her gaze was fixed. "I don't need to explain to you. If you kick us while we're down, Xu won't let you off. Do you want to forfeit your great leaf for someone who has been dead for a long time?" An Jibo was obviously shaken. Perhaps he didn't have much hatred to begin with, just a breath of resentment stuck in his chest. Or perhaps after Sun Buchun died, he suddenly lost his backer and was confused about the future. He had good ability and was a highly sought-after wood elementalist. He must have experienced a lot since then. He didn't seem like an overly nostalgic person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so respectful and obedient to Bian Changxi before, yet look hostile now. Hiding here now, Bian Changxi guessed he wasn't doing very well outside. After all, for a master joining halfway like this, firstly, he couldn't immediately gain the trust of the leaders. Secondly, established factions definitely already had wood element experts enshrined as offerings. Wouldn't he be stealing someone else's rice bowl? How could it be as satisfying as when Sun Buchun fully cultivated him? So seeing her now, he transferred all this anger onto her head. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't bent on avenging Sun Buchun. Someone like An Jibo, who in the past leaf clearly had good ability but was forced to be a minor character, then tried every means to wait for a chance to rise, and finally cleaned up to Xu in one go, was obviously a forbearing and shrewd person. Such a person was actually not hard to grasp. Bian Changxi continued, "You must have seen the situation next door just now, but you didn't help from beginning to end. Now you say such things to me. Xu has already sent people. Since you can't kill me, and even if you did, you couldn't clean up the traces, just wait to be settled with. But if you can make up for it now and help me a bit, the situation will be different. Fox exploiting the tiger's might." An Jibo said angrily. "Is your skin that thick? The wood element prioritizes vitality. The health of the body itself is a manifestation of ability. You're basically spent right now. If you use your ability again, you'll collapse first. If the body is damaged too much, even if it heals later, there will be sequelae. And you still consider yourself a leader. Aren't you ashamed? Bian Changxi smiled. This person indeed had some substance. Although this theory was shallow, it basically hit the point. If one were to discuss which ability user's body was most important among the various types, the wood element would rank near the top. How could an unhealthy or scarred person save others? Her luck wasn't very good. Since her ability awakened, especially in recent months, injuries had come too close together, almost as if a new injury was added just as the old one healed. This was extremely unfavorable. The most direct manifestation was that recovery from injuries became harder each time. Just like this time, with only a hole in her head, eating the seedling's leaf didn't have a particularly significant effect. Back when Gu Jianhua was almost rotting into a pile of carrion, one leaf had an immediate effect, making him as good as new. So if An Jibo could be persuaded by her, the benefits would be huge. He could treat Auntie Zhao and also help her recover. Recovering naturally versus having a wood elementalist help were two completely different speeds. What's there to be ashamed of? I also said I'm a fox exploiting the tiger's might. My trump card isn't on me, but the person behind me. You can look down on me, but you can't deny that Gu Shu has the ability to chase you to the ends of the earth. Either be chased down or get a chance to potentially be valued. You choose. An Jibo's eye twitched, and he walked down slowly. You guarantee that if I help you, I'll be valued. I didn't say that. I just said possibly, a chance. Bian Changxi leaned back. Do you know Liu Yang? This person was a small leader in the slums who once wanted to, and almost did, kill me. But I needed a tiny bit of intelligence from his mouth, so I promised him that if he spoke, I would plead for his leaf. I told him the apocalypse had just begun, and the world held infinite possibilities, but once a person died, everything was gone. Her throat hurt as she spoke, so she drank another mouthful of water. Later, Gu Shu indeed gave him a chance to survive. Through his own efforts, he passed the tests and has now become a squad leader in our team.